I'm tempted to say nothing until I can be certain, because I have the voice of an ant right now. Do you know what it feels like to have a voice of an ant? You yell as loud as you can. It's like you're in outer space. Nobody can hear you. Nobody can hear you. All right. Yo, it put Diz on there. Put the Diz head on there. And, oh. Yo, did I just fix it? Yes! Yes! Oh, I'm not an ant anymore. I'm a freaking, if I am an ant, I'm one of those freaking Pulp Fiction, whatever you call it, gargantuan ants from Mars, baby. I just got my voice back. Santa delivered 1080p. And unfortunately, that means that something's up with my... I did all this research, right? Like last night, I was like, oh, I want to get this new stream. It's like OBS and Streamlabs together. And yeah, it's like I don't have to like run all that other stuff. But unfortunately, that means that I don't know if all the donos and stuff are going to show up on the stream, and like the chat showing up. We're kind of going old school. Like this is just regular OBS. But it looks like it's rendering out 1080. So that just means that there's some weird setting in my other OBS that I got to figure out. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for being patient. Thank you guys for being patient. We can now begin the damn stream. But I need chat. Usually OBS would launch my chat. Normally it would launch my chat. All right. Whatever. Like I said, we're going old school, and this is day one. This is day one of many days to come, because y'all, I'm back. I'm back to stay. I don't care if I have to get on here. I got to fumble every single day. I will do this. I will do this. This is now my new commitment to be here, not only on here, but also on Twitch. I knew something was up because I jumped on Classic OBS, and then I went over to my Twitch stream and I checked it. I'm like, yep, streaming 1080p. So I'm like, there's something wonky with the other thing. I'm like, maybe I actually had to like close the application down and restart it. But regardless, it's fixed. It's fixed. It is fixed. Yeah. Oh, here we go. Pop that chat out. Yay! Okay, I got the chat. Yes. One more check. One more check just because I have PTSD. All right. Yep, it's working. Let's talk about Raverie Chan. Now that you all have been introduced to Raverie Chan, I'll put you all right here for now. Oh yeah, I also wanted to see if I can I zoom this in? Oh, yes, I can make you guys huge. I can make the shrimp huge. Oh no, how do I go back? Crap, go back. Okay, here we go. It's more like it. It's more like it. Yeah, you're not ants either anymore. Look at that. Yes, thank you. Thank you for calling that out. I appreciate it. We here at the KNKL Radio appreciate customer feedback, valuable feedback, saying what needs to be said. Be like, dude, have you noticed you're the size of an ant? It's valuable information. Speaking of valuable information, you guys go over here. We're going to be talking Raverie. Oh yeah, and we got music. Shoot, we paid for this music too. That was oh my. This is not going at all like I expected it to. But you know what? We paid for this damn music. $20 a month. $20 a month I paid for this music. You better believe I'm gonna use it. Pop that out. Close this. Can I? I gotta do that all over again. Okay. But yeah, how y'all been? It's good to see you guys. Good to see you guys. Jakub, Raverie in full HD. Yep. Banished. Tech problems. Yeah, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. Wait a minute. What? Hang on. Give me the Streamlabs. Give me that thing. Minimize that. Give me that music I paid for. Give me that music I paid for. It's... Oh, but not that loud. Like there. Okay, let me know if y'all can hear that. Hang on, I'm gonna test it against something really quick. Thank you, I appreciate it. Yeah, let's get back to the art, shall we? Here's my kids, by the way. Have you seen them? Anyway. Yeah, here's Raverie-chan. I'm going to be walking you guys through this PSD today. If you have not downloaded this, it is on the Patreon, down in the description. I don't do the link up there anymore. I don't know why I keep pointing there. Plus, I know y'all are on mobile. Y'all are on mobile. You're not watching this on the freaking app. Nobody pays for that crap. Good thing we don't run ads here. We do not run ads on KNKL. Yeah, the music is still way too loud. It's way too loud. Like if I play one of them... Yeah, if I play that... Not only is it crap, it's way too loud. This is why I'm just like, I'll just make my own damn music at this point. I'm like, if I have to jump through this many hoops, run this many applications, subscribe to this many freaking subscription plans, I'm like, I think I could literally just make my own damn music. And I plan to. Speaking of Raverie-chan, that's what she's all about. Raverie-chan is about the rave scene. She's about EDM culture. She's about music. She's about dance. And yeah, she is my latest character that I'm developing for local community-led project, local community a production company, you call it. Yeah, called Raverie. Right out here in good old Washington, baby. So many cool... Not only is there incredible people out here, there's obviously there's opportunities if you want to work in the industry. I mean, assuming your art wasn't taken by AI. What? Psych! That was a joke. Of course it's taken by AI. They don't need you anymore. So what does that mean for us artists? What does that mean we got to do? We got to start adapting. And I truly believe that it has to do with going back to the community. It's like, we don't need to work for these freaking technocrats anymore. We don't need to make content for these people, right? It's like, unless you choose to, and that's fine. That's your business. But actually today, like, you'll notice that I've always done that, where I'm like, of course you're going to have your own opinion, but I'm not here to acknowledge your opinion. I've already acknowledged it plenty of times. And today I'm here to actually express my opinion because it's my show. And so, yeah, I'm going to tell you precisely, part of coming back is me being willing to be more vulnerable than I've ever been before. And that includes not apologizing in times when normally I would have. And instead, I need to start appreciating people are willing to at least hear me out, even if they can't understand, you know, why I might be thinking a certain way or doing the things that I do. Because I've had plenty. One thing that I've noticed is a common recurrence in my life, and I think it will be, you know, anybody who's working in the industry, especially nowadays as an artist, especially as a novice artist. I think one of the biggest things that I want to talk about today is the advice that I've given you up till this point. A good amount of it might get chucked out the window. It might get chucked out the window because, and as I'm going through this, let's go ahead and talk about work in progress. Yeah. Let me move this over. The music's getting better, actually. I like this one. Yeah, y'all. We're now living in the day and age where AI art is drawing my characters not only for me, it's drawing them better than me. Like, I was showing this on my Twitch stream the other day. Let me see. Yeah, this one right here. Look at this. These are all done by Midjourney, by the way. This is actually where I want to start off the show, is I want to be talking about this. Where's the other ones? I got one of Shade too. Here you go. Not just drawing my characters for me, it's drawing them in ways that I wouldn't have expected it to. And it's capturing... I know that Mika's kind of a generic character, so I kind of get to pass on that, but what it's able to do is actually very... It makes you start thinking about stuff. By the way, here's a variant. I asked it to do a variant on the Mika face. That one looks a little bit more like I'd paint her. You know? But yeah, we'll just kind of start there, huh? I was legit thinking, I'm like, wait, how many people are already doing this on Instagram? How many people have already like switched over and they're not saying anything? You know? I'd be lying if the thought did not cross my mind. I'm like, fantastic. Fantastic. I can just, you know, but where does this leave us? Where does this leave us? And what does this mean for us going forward? And I really believe that what it means is that we have to adapt, and it's going to really start making... It's going to make everybody start questioning. Everyone will question from this day forward every digital piece of work. And the worst part of it is that, you know, like I said, I've been encouraging y'all as novice artists up and coming. How do you get started in your community? How do you get started, you know, in the industry? I say, go to these conventions and sell your work. So, you know, you're doing this incredible artwork of like Batman fighting, you know, Joker, right? That you put some real thought into. By the way, we can get this out of the way for now. If you wanted to hang on to that now, go ahead and screen cap it. I'm probably going to get rid of this stuff eventually. Because yeah, we're not here to spend our whole time worrying about something that's already upon us. Like the time for worrying about it is gone. We have to now begin adapting. And I think it really has to do with connecting with your community and going back to physical media. I truly believe that that's what it's going to come down to. Because once you start drawing, right? Once you start drawing that, right? AI can't fake that, at least not yet. I'm sure Boston Dynamics is already working on their artistic module or whatever for their for their robots. But for now, right? They still can't paint a picture. And I think it's going to drive with the influx, right? Because just think about it, supply and demand. The supply for digital art just doubled, tripled, quadrupled. I'm like, how long is it before the amount of AI generated images will surpass the amount of images that, you know, exist on the internet? You know, it's like crazy to think about. So what that means is, yeah, infinite supply, and it's going to go back to, I want to be able to not only support maybe a local artist or get interested in the process, right? Because that's the other thing that AI doesn't do. I mean, it kind of shows the process, right? But it's a process of 45 seconds. There's no story. There's no passion. You know, there's no love in there, you know? Interesting. Yeah, by the way, the Streamlabs is going to be pretty touchy today. So sorry about that if it's It doesn't like long paragraphs. It doesn't like long paragraphs unless it's attached to some fat cash. But don't worry about me. Actually, I'll tell you, like, don't even worry about sending me money on here. Like, this isn't going to be this is not going to be my main source of income anymore. And you know what that means? I can go back to doing this for fun and just like not really worrying about stuff. Because that's what I missed about KNKL when I first started it. I really felt like I was doing it for me and it wasn't hard. And like, I woke up and I asked myself, by the way, I'll try to tell this story while simultaneously breaking this down. Let's go ahead and jump into the process piece and like kind of deconstruct these layers, which you should be going through with me, huh? And I gotta look. Okay, good. All right, so I want to actually take y'all back to the very beginning. Let's start from the early sketches, and we'll just kind of build it up from here. So I did comb through this, but you know, it's like there's still a lot of stuff in here that's like, I go back to like these really early sketches, right? Where I'm like, oh, it was a completely different pose and everything. And this is what I'm talking about. It's like, you're never going to be able to replace that process. There's a process for art, and there's like for you as an artist, and then that same process, it's value that you have put into this thing. How'd you go about making good character design, SSJ? Deity says. We'll get into that. Today will be a lot about character design. But yeah, process. Process, I think, is what makes art truly impressive. And that's why I always ask to see it in everybody's portfolios. It's like the finished piece is actually not what impresses me. Knowing all the skills and things that you put into it, like people nowadays, like I'm fully okay with putting my hands up and saying there are limits that I have as an artist. And I think it stops right about that 3D mark. Like as soon as I have to start jumping into these 3D programs and even just like gray boxing things, or like there's something about that where maybe I just enjoy the limitation of, you know, I think that's it. I think I just kind of enjoy the limitation. It kind of gives me a rush to really get in there and kind of do it the old fashioned way. You know, like the creators of Cuphead. They didn't have to animate that frame by frame on sheets of paper like they did in the old days, right? Working with light boxes and stuff, like so incredible. Like, and the fact that they chose to do it that way, again, it's the process. That's what puts that passion. There's an energy that goes into that AI will never have, because AI doesn't have soul. Don't have soul, at least not yet. Do I think it's possible? Yeah, that might be another conversation for another show, but we'll see what happens. But in the meantime, yeah, it ain't got soul. But you know what do got soul is these sketches. Let's talk about the early stages. Early stages. Where are the early stages? Oh yeah, I think the very first one that I drew was like here. Oh, that's an ugly one. I make sure to save the ugly ones too, so you can see that, you know, my sketches don't always turn out the way I want. Yeah, sorry about the bot seems to be muting. It's muting your kind of larger conversations, Shakir. Sorry about that. I still need to figure that out. It's going to be touchy for today. Yeah, it's going to be touchy for today. But I do actually need to focus. Like, I'm going to try to get better at like focusing on getting that balance between interacting with chat and getting on the stream, huh? Because I need to think about it this way. Like, if I'm running a class, just hypothetically speaking, let's say I was running a class where I was teaching y'all how to, that's good that you got out of that toxic relationship though. That's good. Good. Yeah. And then eventually you'll have to come to terms with the fact that you co-created it, if you haven't already. And that's a really tough thing to do. But I'm just going to go ahead and rip that Band-Aid off for you. But but you also decided to change something and get out. And that takes courage. That takes a lot of courage. So good on you. Anyway, yeah, like I said, I really want to start embracing that I don't actually have to be beholden to anybody, because I'm not running ads on this channel. I'm not using copyrighted music. You know, this is truly a retreat. I want my channel to be a true retreat from the overload of just, you know, it's like it kind of gets old, right? I'm going through YouTube late at night. I'm trying to fall asleep, you know? It's the equivalent of, you know, my grandpa falling asleep on the sofa watching fishing videos. You know? I'm sitting here watching memes. I'm sitting here watching, you know, fails and this and that. And it's like, I want to be more deliberate about where I'm spending my time. And like, I'm looking for quality content. And what I always appreciate is streamers. I appreciate podcasters, you know, like Stoic Podcast. Thank you. I don't know. Wait. Oh, is that coming through Streamlabs? Hang on. Volume mixer, give me that. Oh, that mutes the music too, of course. You know what, y'all? Yeah, not beholden to anybody. I paid 20 bucks for this music, and I'm not satisfied with it. Not satisfied with it. I gotta figure it out later. We'll put on my playlist that I'm confident with. Speaking of, I have been enjoying doing more DJing. I have been doing more DJing. And it's been a ton of fun. Let's see here. There we go. There we go. I don't know why I made that so complicated. But it just needs to be very quiet. Hush. Hush. Okay, maybe there. Maybe there. By the way, which is your favorite? By the way, I'm gonna take some time. I'm gonna take some time to say hey to y'all. Because yeah, it's been a while. It's been a long, long time. Dova Syndrome has a lot of great free tracks. Will AI replace DJs? No, because as some of you already know, the DJs up there, they're just doing a show. Yeah, it's like the guys back there making a sandwich, and worst of all, like there's other people not even hitting the buttons. They're not even hitting the buttons, right? So it's like people are there for the person, which is interesting, right? Makes you start questioning the value of yourself as an artist and like your art style, right? Because AI can replicate that. Start asking like, well, if I'm not my art style and I'm not even my artwork, then how do I know how to value myself? How do I know how to, you know, how do I know if I'm worthy of anything? How do I know if I'm worthy of love? How do I know if I'm worthy of, you know? I don't know. It's, I try to look for silver linings. I try to look for silver linings and stuff. And I think that there is a very big silver lining in AI, and that it's going to make you ask some fundamental questions about yourself. About this, you know, about this passion that you've pursued. And yeah. But also it's going to make you see some ugly things about yourself. It's going to make you see some ugly things like this face. So the original drawing, for those of you who are following Raverie on Instagram now, I posted it earlier. I got to get better with my links, but yeah, this is based on an original character, and they were doing like the original. Actually, I already like this. I already like this better. The original concept had like this really exaggerated tongue expression, Not quite like what you're thinking, but it was more, yeah. Anyway. So I was just trying to figure out, like, how do I draw that? How the heck do I draw this? And I like the way this one came out. However the heck you say that word. Ahago? Ahago? You know what I'm saying. The naughty tongue face. The one that's on all the frickin' sweaters. The frickin' Faku sweater. That one. Yeah, hit that like button. Hit that like button. Quiet like ants. Yes. I want you quieter. You like that, huh? Yeah. Oh yeah, I need to have y'all over here. Naughty tongue face. Yeah. No, it's not the naughty tongue face. It's the Faku sweater. The Faku sweater face. This is OC, original character we're developing for a local company. Putting on awesome productions. I'm going to an awesome production. Well, they're vending at an awesome production tonight, but they do their own shows. And man, do they bring the show. Oh my God, these people are so sick. Yeah, bot's really touchy today. Be kind to it. I miss Nightbot. Miss Nightbot. I think I need to get that one back. Yeah, of course. Yeah, Washington based, Mally. Yep. Several things been clicking for me in regards to art. It's in part to you and your amazing videos. Yeah, of course, Stalker. Of course. Bakabot. I know, it's Bakabot. Yeah. I know. I'm gonna take care of that Bakabot later. But today you gotta deal with it. Okay, Bakabot's the new kid. Okay, just gotta be gentle. Gentle. Be nice to him. Don't scare him off. No, just kidding. Bakabot has no soul. Let's talk about... we need to talk about these sketches, right? Because all of these are from... All of these are actually from my sketchbook. All these are from my sketchbook, and I want to kind of take you through them. Let's go ahead and get rid of Raverie-chan for a second here. Not that one, though. This one. There we go. Oh, yeah. Here we go. All right. So, yeah, all of these are taken from my sketchbooks, and they're done, as I said, with the Sharpie. Red Sharpie. If you're not doing this already, guys, I'm telling you, get yourself one of these. Get yourself one of these. This is my other secret weapon. Yeah, these really nice resin casts. You can get them off of Amazon. I really like how it has the muscles kind of showing like that. It really helps. There we go. There we go. Better. Oh, but now I'm being blinded. Holy crap. There we go. I'm gonna show that bot a thing or three. You're funny, Sonic. That song's so cool. No disrespect, but I gotta sing. I gotta sing that better. But I need to stop talking and I need to start walking, y'all. I need to start walking. And part of that has to do with facing yourself, facing your mistakes. The other reason why I like working with pen is because you're going to make a ton of mistakes. The ugliest things are going to come out of you and you're going to be like, what the hell? I'm like, I thought that I was kind of getting somewhere, and then, you will just make the ugliest faces for a long time. In fact, this one started out pretty ugly, but then I kind of went in. The other thing that's nice is because you're going to get to a certain point and you'll be like, okay, I better not touch it. Better not, anything that I do is going to ruin this. And then you're going to do it. You're going to be like, maybe if I just accentuate the lip a little more, put this one more mark on the nose, and then you're going to do it and it's going to ruin the entire thing. And you just got to be ready for that. You got to be ready for that. But the good news is that you can drop it back into Photoshop and you can fix things. Oh yeah, so part of this project, part of this company that I'm going to be working for is, it's centered around kind of like EDM, rave culture. So they have all these characters that they want to make. Like, so you'll see there's like, this is the rave mom. So it's so funny too, because right when they were telling me about this character, I was out with a group of friends of mine, and one of them says, like, I didn't want, like, they were getting angry, like, I'm not going to be the rave mom or whatever. So it's like, it's really interesting. Like, there's all these characters that exist in this culture, and they're just, they're begging to be made into animations, things that, because, the other thing about this production company is they're vendors. They make merchandise, they want to sell prints, they do productions, music videos, they're wanting to branch out into music. So it just seems like a super natural fit, right? I take a look at what's going on, I'm like, yeah, it's a no-brainer. And I get to draw anime. I could just draw exactly anime. I don't need to work my style in to do something else. We don't need to do market research about how Fortnite and this and that are like performing and what they're doing and mixing it with some freaking Marvel universe crap. It's like I can just draw what I want. I just get to draw what I want, and I'm like, sign me up. And then on top of that, I get to show up at this event, put my head over a rail. No, I actually don't do the headbang. I do know how to headbang properly now. I wish I would have done it when I was younger, because I used to put everything into my neck, right? Everything was here. And I told you, right? I was like, you got to take good care of yourself. So I'm telling y'all, don't get those Cintiqs. If you're working professionally, you're on a Cintiq, you're like this all day, just that ever so slight thing in your neck, it's very bad. It's very, very bad. If you have a sensation when you're jumping up and down, if you're doing like a skip rope or you're jumping up and down and you feel like this impact, right? There's an impact that's happening in your neck and like kind of just right below the back of your head there. That is your vertebra that is beginning to straighten. Your vertebra normally has like a C curve, right? So if I'm like this, right? I love how I'm giving you guys an anatomy lesson. And that's actually what we're going to be getting into today. We're going to be talking a lot about anatomy. We're going to be talking about how to pose characters. I've taught you guys like how to do interesting dynamic poses and stuff like that. But today I want to start breaking down kind of just what I've been discovering, and we'll do some kind of live drawing here. Oh yeah, I was trying to figure out her face here. I like that one, but again, I'm kind of looking back and forth, and I'm like, is that the same face? I'm like, not exactly, but it was a good start. That one was cute, but again, do you see how it's not the same? Like if you take a line and you draw across that, I tried to line them up, and they don't have to be perfect. They don't have to be perfect, but even just like the nose, like the top of the nose to the mouth, feel like it's all the facial features are like moved up. It was like scrunched up. So think of it as like you're doing a character editor, right? And you need to take all those facial features and just kind of pull them down. In fact, that's very often what I do. Like say I like this, like that basic setup, I'll just grab it and then I'll move it around or maybe rotate it a bit, huh? See? kind of works out nice because the style, right, it has all these disconnected lines. And so it makes it easier to just kind of customize and get things in position. See, so you go from that being all scrunched up, it's a little closer. And see how that changes the character? That's what I'm talking to you guys about all the time. I'm like, Barbie head syndrome is not hard to avoid. It's not hard to avoid. I think the problem is that once you really start getting in there and defining like what are the exact proportions and shapes of my character, because you could have that nose, right? Everybody does this nose. You could do that nose. Whoa, it's like even going back. Was it possible? The mad lad actually did it. You know, but also get some noses that stick out a bit, huh? See? It's cute. And then you get like a thicker lip. I feel like it gives you opportunities to create more interesting things. So you don't always do, okay, we're going to draw the anime girl. And don't forget the side mouth. And big eyes. If you're on AI, make sure you type in beautiful. Beautiful eyes. Beautiful smile. And then it makes some crap for you and you're like, I'm such a good artist. Yeah, right? So not all of your anime girls need to look like that, right? Oh yeah, I think this is a good thing to jump into. Let's talk about volumes. I want you all to start thinking about, you know, part of the reason, I mean, I actually don't even reference the faces on these a lot. I think it's just getting more interested in portraits, the actual facial anatomy of the face, right? Thinking about, if that wasn't redundant enough, like really thinking about, oh, there's an actual skull under here, right? There's a bone structure. So that means that if I'm ever drawing these teeth, right? If these teeth are ever moving, you know, you might be able to fudge it a tiny bit for a really important expression, but for the most part, the level of your teeth, right? This is actually detailed in a lot of animation Bibles, right? Specifically, The Simpsons come to mind. You know, you can't move this tooth line. You can't move this. Don't ever move that. Because that's a major defining feature of that character's proportions. It's the bone structure. And we just know naturally that if that changes too much, it looks a little off. Like I say, you can fudge it a little bit. I'm sure that like big animation and stuff does it all the time, but just in general, something you want to keep in mind. Because I used to just put the teeth all over the place, and I still do it. Right? A good example is, okay, you drew this face, right? Oh, thank you. IL? Is that AIL or Ali L? Thank you for the trophy. That means a lot. I love it. It's a little samurai fox. It's a little samurai red panda. That means a lot. Thank you so much for that kind donation. Oh, you even got a little thing there too. What's that? There's a little guy there. I'm such a good prompter. Yeah, baby, I go home, I prompt all day. Beautiful face, beautiful smile. Sci-fi tech suit. I'm such a good artist. Can't take it. Yay! Oh, yes, the Diz is working. Thank you. Thank you very much for that kind donation. You got Diz dancing, you got me dancing. But again, like I said, my goal with this show going forward is to teach you as much as I humanly can on YouTube. However, there are things that I can't teach you on YouTube. And for that, we're going to have to go down... we're going to have to go down the gum road for that one. So part of what we're going to be talking about today is, yeah, someone in the chat said, you got to know your character head to toe, you're going to be drawing your character naked a lot and from every possible angle, right? This is how you're going to be able to work with confidence, right? And once you get past the novel, right? I know what I just said. You'd be like, wait, what? Are you saying? And I'm like, yes. And you're like, wait, but that means that, yes. And then I'm going to have, yes. It's all going to come true. Yes, it's going to happen. So yeah, like I was saying, the workshop that I'm thinking of is, waifu workshop. Waifu NSF. I mean, I'm going to call it NSF workshop, but really it's just, we're learning anatomy, right? We're going to draw naked people, a lot of naked people. And I want it to be just focused, right? Because of course I love hot dude characters, right? I actually want to, I know it's something that I need to personally work on, is like, how do I draw? Because I love appealing, cute anime girl characters, but translating that over to guys is something that's really tough for me. Something I got to get better at. Okay, by the way, we need to... What happened? What happened? Yeah, waifu workshop. What do you think? Okay, so say you had this mouth, right? But then I'm like, oh, well, the teeth being down there like that, like, I'm just going to move them up because it looks better, right? I'm going to move them up here, and then I'll just I'll do the tongue here. I'll draw this really quick. See how now that doesn't make any sense? See how her teeth being there makes zero sense? And you've probably done this before, and you're like, it doesn't look the same. It doesn't look like the same character, right? And note how, small that change is. Oh, hey, Ezion. I hope I
spotted Raverie, so naturally I do this.
I hope I said your name correctly, Ezion. Thank you so much. I love your icon. That's cute. That's really cute. Thank you so much for the dono. So yeah, watch that tooth line. Watch that tooth line. Let's continue. Where were we before we got so interrupted myself? I need to find... Okay, I'm seriously like losing my patience on this. I'm losing my patience on this. You know what? I don't have to deconstruct this entire PSD. Let's draw something new. Let's draw something new. Check that back in. Check it out, guys. My latest piece. I'm trying to match the, because AI got me thinking differently. I'm like, okay, my time limit is 45 seconds. What can I do? I'm like, oh, it's all I needed to do. This is my true value. Or actually, no, here. I'm going to do something really, really poetic. This is my true value. AI will never be able to recreate this. It'll never be able to recreate the person that stands in front of you. And it won't be able to recreate Kim Jong-gi. It can recreate his art. It can draw exactly like him. And it will. But it's never going to replace who Kim Jong-gi was as a person. It'll never replace the lessons that he taught, the time that he took to teach all of those people, to show him precisely how he does what he does. It won't replace the patience that he had to sit through the hundreds of times people asked him what pen he used, as if that was anything to do with his skill. This is why I'm not afraid of AI. Because I know that, like I said, you're going to start asking fundamental questions about where your value is as a person. It's going to get dark, and then it's going to get really good at the end of it. And you're going to come out the other side and you'll be like, wait, that means I can do whatever the heck I want. I can just enjoy my life, and I can do things because I want to, and I can take care of myself, and I can be good to myself. And I can take care of my own needs instead of waiting around for everybody else to do it for me, trying to coax them into it, trying to trick them into it, trying to manipulate them into it. There's a lot of things you're going to have to stare at yourself in the face and say, yeah, there's some major fundamental things that you need to change with how you are looking at yourself, looking at your life, how you're dealing with your relationships. So that's the silver lining that I've been kind of taking from the last year or so. Someone asked earlier. That was a long way of saying the last year has been very dark. But it's been the most interesting, and I've learned more about myself in the last year than ever before. Yeah, never will be real art. It's just it's a novelty, y'all. I promise you. I promise you it's a novelty. And it won't replace. It's gonna flood your digital art. It's gonna make waifus for you, but it's never gonna make your waifu. It's never gonna make it exactly like you want it. And that's bringing it right back. That's why I'm offering this course, because the only person that can draw that character, whatever character it is, I'm calling it your waifu, but it could be any character, right? Is you. I want to encourage you, and I want to show you guys how to design characters. So today, let's actually what I'm gonna actually ask from the chat, when I ask from all y'all, is to maybe consider giving me some ideas. Maybe consider giving me some ideas for how we're gonna form this curriculum, the curriculum of the workshop, the waifu workshop. Also, if you have a better idea, a better name than the waifu workshop, let me know. But I think it's pretty solid. Give me some curriculum. Besides anatomy, that's going to be obvious. Like fashion, like how are you going to design the fashion around your character? I imagine there would be a whole part of the lesson devoted to the face, right? Like I said, you got to know the facial muscles. You got to know the underlying bone structure. You got to know the proportions of your character inside and out, because you're going to be drawing them over and over again for your comic, your upcoming comic that you're going to be working for. Dude, I exposed the end of my plan. Oh no. I'm like, I'm not finishing him. I'm gonna get somebody else to do it. I'll just teach y'all to draw it, and then you can do it for me. Oh, we got plenty of ideas coming in. Okay, now the chat's ready to go. Post-apocalypse, yeah. And you like that I gave you that restriction of the Streamlabs bot, huh? Yeah. You like the OG online art shoe? Thanks, some user. Yeah. Feels good. Feels good being there at the beginning of something. And I'm happy to continue. And before, I will say that, before I said, why do I do these tutorials when there's already people like Marco Bucci doing just the perfect tutorial? It's so perfect. It's infuriating, right? I'm like, I love this guy, and I like simultaneously, I'm just so jealous. But I learned how to let that stuff go, because I'm like, wait a minute. It's not even the tutorial. It's not the lesson. That's not Marco Bucci's value. Marco Bucci's value is that he showed up and did an interview with me. He's a person. He can show up. He can speak. He can tell me his philosophy around what he does. Like, that's who Marco Bucci is, and he can be his value on his channel, right? But he can never be me, and I can only be me on my channel, right? So see, once I start, it's like that meme, right? Except you're actually making some good progress in life instead of, what I'm talking about. I saw that meme. They actually redid it. They're actually using that meme to like give good advice now, which I think is funny. It's the meta meme. Expressions, wrinkles. Oh yeah, especially with clothes. Yes, shaped. What kinds of shapes, McCarthy is? Fashion part, maybe materials, spoilers. Take on hands. Oh yeah. Hands. Yeah, I'm actually gonna make a note of this, huh? Make a note of this. Thank you all for this. This is really good ideas. Hang on. I can make this better. Let me just find, let's see here. Let's find a blank page. All right, y'all. Yeah, where was that again? Where was that again? Hands. Hands. Shape design. Can't believe I'm doing this. Is this possible? Is this possible? Yep. I am practicing for this. I know this looks super low tech, and it is. But I am legit considering going back to physical media, y'all. I want to do this. I really want to be able to paint in front of you, right? Definitely need to get another fill light for the chroma blanket. Shape design. I saw shading. I mean, that'll be part of it. Lighting. How did that go again? Orin Arts. Body like the mom that I'd like to friendship. Yes. Perfect. We will be talking about those bodies. We'll be talking about those. You get timed out. Sorry, I wish I could. But it's part of my boundaries for today. That's the other thing I gotta teach y'all about. Boundaries. It's perfectly fine at any time for you to say no. Perfectly fine at any time for you to say no. That's easier said than done, but it needs to be said. Hideki. You don't need a lesson. You just need to look at the Faku hoodie. Expressions, though, you do have a good point. Expressions should be one of them. Okay, what else you got? What else you got? Dynamic posing? Yeah, that'll be a part of it. Yeah, posing for sure. I truly believe that I have a curriculum in mind that will really shake up how you're going to think about character design going forward. Oh, multiple poses. Yeah, like multiple characters. I think this is important. Yeah. Yeah. Multiple choice. Yes, very important. Fight scene would be pretty cool. Yeah. Because we want to draw some badass waifus. I don't want to draw a waifu on top of a kick-ass Akira bike or something, you know? So that brings up the unfortunate truth, y'all. The unfortunate truth. This will be probably the main lesson. So you can back out. Remember when I said boundaries? If you want to say no now, that's totally understandable, and I get it. I avoided it my whole life. I avoided it my whole life thinking that I didn't need it. But I was much like SpongeBob in Sandy's bubble chamber. You can't live without it. It will be a major portion of the class. Yep. I'm scaring you, Bleach. Yeah, actually, you know, I used to feel bad about that, legitimately. Like, sometimes I would go up to somebody or, like, try to go meet somebody, and I would, like, legitimately scare them. And I was like, man, I wish that, you know, it made me feel like I'm, like, this scary person, right? And you know what I realized? I woke up one day and looked at myself in the mirror, and I'm like, oh my God, I am a freaking monster. I'm like, how could you not be scared of me? And then I just, yeah, you got to own it. Freaking 6-foot man walking at you. I'm like, I've been working out too. It's like, yeah, I understand if I scare you a little bit, but I assure you that, you know, it's just me. It's just me. All right, get a handsome monster. Whoa, bleach. Wow. Man, good thing I got the window open. It's getting kind of steamy in here. All right, yeah, I have kept y'all at bay for long enough. It's time to start drawing for fun, for funsies. So let's do a trial, okay? Let's say today we're gonna focus on, you know, before I spring the unfortunate truth on you, I'm gonna put perspective in the middle of the class so that way, you know, people get invested, they get excited, and they think, oh man, it's just gonna be all fun and games. I just get to draw my waifu's face and just beautiful face, beautiful smile, right? People are gonna get all excited and invested and be like, I can't wait to make my comic. And then, you know, right in the middle of the class, I'll spring it on you. Sound good? So, 6 foot hunk of man with incredible. Okay. You guys keep putting comments out there. I'm gonna have to send you money. Okay. Okay. So really, okay. Before we even talk about faces, let's talk about head shapes. Because a good portion of your character is going to be their head shape and their, remember what I said, facial structure. Sometimes I like to throw down some lines like this just to kind of indicate some perspective. Let's go ahead and move that over to the side. I know I promised I wouldn't say the P word yet. Okay, but let's mess around. Let's make a completely different head shape. And yeah, I actually really like that super, I call this weak chin. You know, strong chin. I mean, you already know what strong chin is. Strong chin. Weak chin. Oh, but I like the other one. See, that's what I'm talking about. Like, happy accidents will happen. And you'll be like, oh, can I go back? In Photoshop, you can. Okay, so I'm going to draw like a few different head shapes here. Yeah, I hear that, Shakir. Yeah. A lot of courses intimidate with fundamentals. Yeah, exactly. No. You should be, that is one thing that will not change from what I've taught you before, is you should be studying and doing precisely what you want to do. If I tell you perspective and you're like, I don't need that crap, you're actually right. You're actually right for you. You shouldn't be learning that right now if that's your attitude towards perspective. You shouldn't, because it is going to kill your excitement. It's going to kill your, you know, focus on what you like. And for me, when I got started, I literally just drew character faces. I drew, you know, basically down to, you know, their torso, right? I didn't worry about legs, putting the feet on the ground, making the character look at like it has weight and balancing. Like, forget all of that. Like, don't worry about that yet. All you got to do is create a face that resonates with you. Something that you would find appealing or attractive. So, but speaking of chins, you can have girls with stronger chins, and they can still be, you know, because I really want to encourage you to have all kinds of attractive and appealing faces. And really, I want you to also notice, this is becoming much more apparent because I've been working with pen. You can see how I keep these lines, I just kind of naturally am connecting lines together to build, you know, kind of building that outline. This person's going to have big ears. This one's going to have low ears. Okay, so we've got head shapes. I want some more interesting. I feel like I feel the anime girl's plight. She's like, how come all the dude characters get to have all these really cool, interesting facial shapes and like bone structures and everything, and I'm always reduced to like a freaking acorn. That's what she's saying right now. So I'm like, even I'm trying to branch out, right? Really play around with sizes and shapes of what you're going to adorn your faces with. Acorn gang. Yep, it me. Take a break real quick. So here's an example of what you might be able to find in my waifu workshop course on Gumroad. Here's an example of lesson 1. We'll be delving into exploring simple, like it is fundamental, but it is designing your character. Because what a lot of people will do, right? Say you're very new to this, or you're like me getting started. You're going on Google, you find a picture of a character that you like and you want to recreate it. And so you're like, okay, well, the eye is really cool, so I'm going to start there. The eye looks like this. Beautiful eyes, right? Right? And then you get it down like pixel perfect. And you're like, oh, there's the eyebrow, beautiful eyes. And then the next thing you notice, you're like, beautiful smile. Beautiful teeth. Actually, no. She's an anime girl. She doesn't show her teeth. You notice that? Like, it's very rare where they have a full tooth smile, which is another trend I want to break. Yeah, but see, it's like there's actually nothing wrong with this. Here's the other thing, is that this is how I started. So if this is how you want to go about designing your character, go for it. It might actually give you some good ideas. In fact, yeah, I want to just roll with that. Because let me show you the pitfall I would run into. Well, first of all, I wouldn't have drawn the eye like this because I didn't really know how that worked yet, but anyway. So let's say that was it, okay? Keep face. Keep face. Now, the face shape that we put onto that, or actually, I'll do you one better. I think we are literally figuring this out as we go. Do you see where we're going with this? Oh my lord. Oh my. Brilliant. On a short time schedule, right? Boss says you got 45 seconds or you're fired. 45 seconds, this AI is going to spit this thing out. You better be done or you're fired. What was that, boss? Yeah, I already got 2 ready to go. Turns his shoulder again, right? He's like, hurt. It's almost done. It's almost done. 3 done, boss. 3 done, boss. All ready to go. You just kept your job. You just kept your job thanks to me. I'm gonna get some water. By the way, you like this new technology water bottle? The material is so thin, it's practically non-existent. You can see the water inside of it. Yeah, I messed it up at the end there. But anyway, okay, so we don't need to necessarily do that, but it goes to show you. Look at how we literally took the same face and we just moved around a couple things. New character. Could be this person's sibling, parent, best friend, who knows? The opportunities are endless. So there's nothing wrong with you. In fact, I kind of like that. That's a note that I'll make for myself. Let's break up making eyes and head shape. So it's eyes plus head shape. Because I think another thing that people run into is they're like, oh, well, I got to do it all at once. Not necessarily true. Not necessarily true, but this is the worst lasso in the world. Why would you give me polygonal lasso? I do not like that. And then, oh, I must have, yeah, something must have gone wrong because that turned into that. Hang on, is this thing running? That was supposed to fix that. Okay, we'll see if that happens again. Okay, so anyway, I want to work on this face actually, this top one, because I see potential. I see potential within. I see potential. Okay, so I want to kind of run y'all through the ideas of how I'm seeing in 3D with these faces now. And I want to do that by, again, illustrating the inner workings of, right? The skull. You're drawing the inner anatomy of this character, right? And then with that knowledge, you are going to be able to, have proper, right? You get yourself a character sheet with bone structure on it, right? You're going to be able to replicate that character every single time, right? I don't always do this with all my characters, but it's just something to keep in mind with, like, how am I placing the eyes? Well, of course, they're going to have to fit in general in this area, but do you see how I'm even drawing these eyes? You know, they're in perspective. There are ellipses that are going towards, going into these eyes. Okay, so let's go ahead and just keep that in mind, right? And just some simple shapes like that can give you some good guides for how you're going to start laying out the structure of the face. So let's say we wanted the nose. Again, I want like a longer nose. I want the nose to come out like this. And then my stylistic thing, which actually might end up being a really good anti-AI tool. I realized this the other day. These two lines that I put above the nose, I think it's something that, you know, like a human will understand what I'm doing there. Like a human eye will understand that, but if an AI tries to recreate that nose, I think it might have some trouble. Might have some trouble with that one. But I don't know, that's a hypothesis that I have. See if it holds up. And then now, look, because we know where those teeth are and we know that it's not moving, right? We know that the top teeth are not moving. We can rest confident. We can draw those teeth in and get our expression going. See? And now we have the beginnings of our character's face. We can give her some cute little eyelashes. That always helps. Feed that bit in a little bit. The anti-AI nose. Yeah, in the past I've taught you, like, yeah, the eyes need to sit inside. I've taught you, like, the eyes are actually existing, right, as spheres inside the skull, like this, right? But I'm actually going to change that a bit, too. Like, it's good that you know those rules, but with these stylized anime faces, especially once you start getting into this territory where it's becoming more like shorthand, kind of Sunday comic style, something like Bill Watterson would have done, which, of course, he's a huge inspiration to me. I love Calvin and Hobbes, and I just love, you know, really admire Bill Watterson's work. So it's a huge inspiration to me. But yeah, his characters are not always like, you can break the rules. He's very good at breaking the rules and doing super exaggerated proportions and really creative stuff with, like, the eyes and stuff. So I really wanted to see if I could do the same thing, right? Or I want to start breaking some of these rules. Right? In fact, oh, speaking of Watterson, let me show you how I quickly lay out the eyes sometimes. I'll do it on this character here. So the reason why I like the anti-AI nose is because it's like, boom, there's your nose, there's your mouth, and the eyes, right? See how quick you're able to throw together an expression? This will probably be another part of my, this will be another major part of the lesson. Expressions, yay! But what's cool, I'm about to blow your mind. About to blow your mind. See that? You can actually turn it into the next, right? You can add some detail to it and it changes the character. And that shape that you put on those eyes, right? Let's try again. I'll put a different shape on the eyes now. See? Same expression, right? Or it's a similar expression. Or at least they're looking in the same way, right? Right? But the eye shape, that's going to really be a huge play into identifying your character and giving them expression. But yeah, I like this technique. I really like this technique for setting up faces and just getting general proportions down. Because the other thing is you're going to ask, oh, well, that works for that face, but what if, what if the character has like a completely different facial structure, right? Well, don't worry. Got you covered. Got you covered. Figure out where that nose is, right? Anti-AI nose. Mouth. And look at how much character you can put into the mouth. You can do like one of these. So much character. Right? Let's go with that one. Oh, I'm cheating. I didn't do the slashes. My bad. I draw how I freaking want. I draw how I want. Rule number 1 is I always break my own rules. Oh yeah, the ooh-ah mouth. Yeah, the ooh-ah mouth. Yes, that one. That one, art is cool. All right, we're going to take a quick break. Quick breaky time. You guys see yourself? There we go. Crap, go back. There we go. Oh, I can't believe I'm going to a freaking kick-ass event tonight. I can't wait. A few short hours I will be going and partying my buns off. Oh yeah, and that reminds me. I know Valentine's is coming up. I was planning on saving this for Valentine's, but kind of need to talk to you guys about this. Kind of need to talk to you about this right now. I plan on doing meetups. In-person meetups. I think it's high time. It's high time. In an age of parasocial relationships, it's like, you don't know me. You don't know me. I just got done telling you my value is me, right? It's like, well, why would you not come out and meet me? And I would like to meet the true value in your life, you. I would really like that. So if you're in the area, if you're in the Washington area, Bellevue, Kirkland, Redmond, Seattle, I'm going to be a part of many upcoming events, many chances for us to come together, meet up in person. Yep. So yeah, stay tuned for that. Yeah, and there's so many kick-ass places out here. Like Redmond itself, like just the town center alone, it has so many beautiful art pieces, beautiful art installations. There's a freaking stage out there. There's a stage out there. It's just begging for people to go out there and say, hey, would you like to have a dance party here? Would you like to have a get together here? Would you like to, put out some refreshments and mix and mingle, meet some people? Connect in a way that you haven't been able to do in the last 3 years, because of the freaking pandemic, which, by the way, good on you for surviving. Good on you for surviving. We do need to get into that eventually, too. Is that another reason why you can't be so hard on yourself nowadays is because you are a survivor of something that it has been unprecedented in the world for a very long time. So the fact that you're here, and on top of that, you're choosing to spend your time here, thank you. Thank you very much for choosing to do that. And if you've been being hard on yourself lately, just give yourself maybe a little more space to say, hey, you know what? I'm a freaking survivor. I am still here. And I hope that you continue to stick around because there's a lot of good stuff coming up. A lot of good stuff coming up. And that includes, yeah, you don't know me. You thought you know, I've been doing this for 10 years. You think you know me? You don't know me. You don't know who I am. You definitely know a big part of me. You know my passion, you know my love for teaching, you know my artwork. But as we have discussed, it is but a part It is but a part of me. And it is arguable how big that part is. All right, but as I was saying, faces. Okay, great, Keenan. I got a face, but I want my waifu to have, you know, some styled hair. I want some fashion. I want some different ideas. Want some ideas? Oh, you want me to go to Brazil, Nevasca? Okay. Wow, there's some interesting hashtags going on over here. Yeah. Oh, shake. Oh, that means a lot. You watch me way back when, huh? Junior in college still. That's what I'm talking about, right? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. It's like memories. What kind of memories are you going to have with people? What kind of memories are you going to have with, you know, your artwork? It's like, where is your value truly, guys? Like that is the message that I'm wanting to hammer home. Like if you're going to journal about something, if you're going to think on something for the next good while, or if you're in a dark place and, you know, you have some solitude, you're pushing people away, you know, like I was doing, it's because you need solitude. You need time to actually sit with that question and ask yourself, where is your true value? And understand that it's something, yeah, when you find, it's something that I can tell you the answer, right? It's like you're born with it. You're born with that value, right? I can tell you that, but it's something that you need to discover for yourself. You truly need to discover it for yourself. Brazil, yeah, I got a ton of Brazilians. Yeah, this is great. I actually have not. I've been to South America. I've been to Tegucigalpa and I've been to Colombia, but I have not been to Brazil. Or wait, I hope I'm not. I hope one of those places in Brazil. That would be really embarrassing. I'm pretty sure I have. That wasn't Brazil, but it's close by. I do need to, yeah, I really did enjoy going to South America. I do want to go back. Oh yeah, and Australia. Yes, Lushy. Hey, by the way, Lushy, thank you. Thank you for giving me your advice on the work that I was doing for those people. I decided to actually back out of it. And I joined this new company. So just know that your advice and what you said to me, I didn't take it lightly. You and a few of my other friends that I talked about. Now everyone's going to be interested. Like, what were you doing? What were you doing? I was developing prototype NFTs. Y'all, I was. But I decided to step away from it. And thanks to people like, you know what actually really surprised me? I'm like, yo, I got friends that will legitimately be honest with me and tell me how they truly feel. And those are true friends. They won't just go, that's what I'm saying. It's like, don't go along with stuff just because, you know, one of your friends is into it, or somebody that, you know, maybe you've looked up to, or maybe someone that you consider a mentor. Just because they're doing it doesn't mean it's the right thing, right? You got to do it for the right reasons. So yeah, I appreciate friends that are willing to tell me how they truly feel. Give me some solid critical feedback. Where did chat go? Dang it. Did I accidentally shut you guys off? Oh, okay, there we go. Well, the good news is that anybody who wants to make NFTs now can. With the help of AI, you can generate thousands upon thousands. You can make your whole collection in a freaking, you know, little vacation trip. Get those cute. Hey, here's a little hint, by the way. Beautiful smile. Beautiful eyes. Octane render. Such a good artist. Make sure that's a keyword. Make sure you type that part in. Such a good artist. And you will be amazed with I'm giving her shades hair just because I'm used to this, but give me your shades hair just because I'm used to it, but anyway, let's do some more faces, huh? I'm going to do someone that I would just kind of do in my sketchbook, like if I was just messing around. Yep. I like these Mika style faces, right? Where it's like the super low eyes, kind of got like the cat eye thing going on. And I like shrinking down the pupils as much as humanly possible while still retaining that waifu anime cuteness, right? Because of course, you know, this is cute, right? This is anime cuteness, but this is like Puss in Boots cute, right? It's like, it's like, there's something about it where I'm like, you can't be like that all the time unless you're on some kind of drugs, right? It's like shrinking down the pupils. I even did this in Emma, like subconsciously. It's like the characters that are more like grounded in reality, or when Emma herself is grounded in reality, her pupils kind of shrink down a bit. Yeah, and just to clear the air, like I'm grateful for all the opportunities that come my way. It's just things don't line up sometimes. Not knocking anybody who wants to come to me and say, "Hey, I have a project for you." You know what I mean? Like, yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Really, just comes down to being true to yourself. Being true to yourself. Like I said, grateful for friends. Diz, yeah. Yeah, it's kind of funny, like everything. Oh yeah, and people have been asking about Diz on the Instagram, and like, is that the NFT? I'm like, no. Diz was more like a commentary. It was a commentary even before I really even cared or knew what NFTs were. Yeah, it was just, because you know what I'm saying, guys? I'm like, I'm not my follower count. I'm not my subscriber count. I'm not my freaking bank account. I'm like, I really need to figure this question out. And I did. And that's what brought me back. I'm like, I just need to freaking turn that camera on. I just need to freaking turn that camera on and open my damn mouth. Say something. And sometimes it will be the wrong thing. Sometimes it'll be something that I'm not educated on. Sometimes it'll be something, but I trust my friends will call me on it. And then I can make changes. That's the other thing. I got so caught up in like, oh, I gotta be perfect. Right? You ever feel like that? Oh, what am I saying? Of course you never thought that. Yeah, Diz filter them out. Yeah, it filtered them out, and like it's just my way of saying like I can do whatever I want. I can do whatever I want with my art, and you know, I still like drawing anime, but I just, yeah, it wasn't really something I had to think about. That, and I just feel like Instagram's kind of a necessary evil at this point. I mean, you saw how painful that was for me to make that freaking story thing and post that up. Luckily, other than promoting, I don't need it for much. Because, oh yeah, and here's the other thing, because I realized I'm like, oh, I got to get as many subscribers as possible. Like, not necessarily true. Not necessarily true. What you need are good subscribers, good people. And what good means is ideally they have a pulse, which unfortunately many of my subscribers did not. Or they got found out, or they did like a huge bot cleanse and just like cleared them out. But then, yeah, same thing on Insta. I'm like, I'm going to do what I want. You're going to look at this bunny because I'm going to be making music. I'm going to be making music, and it's going to be with this bunny head because I love Deadmau5. I love Joel Zimmerman. I really appreciate him putting a class out on Masterclass. I learned so much from it. And it showed me that learning new skills is not only possible, but I am starting to believe that it is necessary. And I've talked about it before. It's like you're going to go on this path to mastery, right? And then you're going to get to where you thought you wanted to get. You're going to be happy for a little bit, and then inevitably you're going to just adjust to it. And then you're going to set new goals, and then you're going to be unhappy until you get there. So that's why you got to nip that in the bud. You got to nip that in the bud and stop trying to get after something and instead enjoying the journey, huh? You got to learn how to enjoy the present moment, and that means the journey. You're biking somewhere, you're biking to get somewhere. The bike ride is what life is. It's not the destination, huh? Easier said than done, though. Easier said than done, though, because you're like, okay, yeah, Keenan, I've heard that crap before, but if I don't think about the future, then, you know, how can I be prepared for emergency? And then all these things that happened in my past, it's like, I need to make amends. I need to think about this. I need to spend time and mourn this or whatever. It's like, I think that there is time to set aside for mourning. There is time to set aside. But at a certain point, you have to learn how to say goodbye. You really have to start learning how to take the proper time to mourn. And this is both positive and negative experiences, relationships that you've had in your life. That person is gone, you say, thank God you were a part of my life. Thank God someone was mentioning, damn, I need to get better with the names. You'll know who you are. Yeah, you said you were watching those videos all those years ago, huh? And I have people that, yeah, even though it's a parasocial relationship, I mean, I did business with people on YouTube. I did business with people on YouTube that didn't make it. And it's very sad. And like I said, I had to take time to mourn. But at a certain point, I realized, I'm like, if I really want to honor this person and how they touched my life, then I need to take my life going forward and let that be a tribute to them. I need to let that be a tribute to them because they have inevitably changed my life by being a part of it. And even though they're not here anymore, I can't spend my whole time mourning. And at a certain point, I have to say goodbye. That makes sense, y'all? What do you think? It's kind of lately what I've been hitting. Or kind of something that I've been thinking about lately. Convo getting deep. Yeah, that's what happens on this show. That's what happens on this show. No long messages. Streamlabs is extra touchy. It's not the best. See if I can actually fix that really quick. And in the meantime, questions. How are we doing on time? Good. Really good. All right. I'm going to go ahead and lift the ban on paragraph protection. Lift the ban. Please attempt. Oh, crap. Is that working? Oh, no, it is. Okay, good. Whew. Why did I kill the music, though? Music died. It's okay. It's time for a little breaky. In the meantime, I will pull up some more music. Please ask your questions. Please ask some question. And in the meantime, yo, do y'all want to hear the latest Diz dubstep? You want to hear the latest Diz dubstep? I'm going to load that up, actually. I believe I'm going to load that up. Because, yeah, we're working on an EP. We're working on an album. Can't wait for it to be done. But as with most things in my life, I realize that I'm like super overconfident when I start something new. And I think it's actually good. I'm blissfully unaware of how bad I suck. Oh crap, that might be kind of loud. Sorry y'all. It's gonna beep. It's gonna beep, get ready. Not yet. Not yet. Okay, I got time. Oh, good. It wasn't super loud. Oh, wait. I need to switch over this thing anyway. Okay, let's get that music back. Let's go here. Oh, you guys got to get a look at this. You guys got to get a good look at this. By the way, do you want to know why FL Studio is my DAW of choice? I love it. Not just for the memes, because what other DAW has FL-chan? FL-chan. She's so precious. However, I'd actually like to redo this illustration. Definitely some feedback I'd have for the artist, but come on. I'm like, I love this DAW. Let's take a break there and let's talk about the musics. Because we've been working. What a babe. You guys are funny. Fruity Loops Chan. I like that more. I like that, Chio. Oh, wait. Here we go. We actually have some questions. Sorry. Yeah, sorry. I asked for questions. I'm like, get those out of here. Get those out of here. Will there be more live streams in the future? You better believe there are going to be, Malay. If you're okay with me coming on here and stumbling around and doing what I'm doing right now, then you better believe I'm going to be back on here. If I'm happy and healthy, I make good art. Please take... Interesting. I found I can make good art. I feel like art is, whether you really see this on like a subconscious level or not, it is your journaling. It is, you are like, you're making characters. There's a part of you in those characters. You're creating the stories. You're telling the stories that you know. You know, and that's why I really believe that no matter where you're at in life, I think that art can be a true therapy for you, and it can help you get out of, it can help you not only get out of dark places, but discover things about yourself. Discover things about yourself, hidden powers, things that, you know, you didn't realize were there before. Facets of yourself that maybe you were too afraid to learn about yourself, or your family shamed you for, or your church shamed you for, or society shamed you for. You take time to explore yourself with your art, design characters, tell your stories, journal about your feelings. I'm telling you guys, this is how the healing happens. This is how your heart begins to heal. Nice tank top, by the way, Abraxas. Glad you like it. So that's why I'm always telling you guys, journals, drawing, it's going to be good. Plan on releasing the workshop all at once or in intervals? It's probably going to be an interval thing. Like, I imagine the first course, because, you know, it's such a huge topic, right? Designing characters, fashion, then like color design, lighting. Eventually, you're going to want to put them into some sort of setting, you know, or say you want to design it for animation. And then maybe there's like an offshoot that goes into animating your character. You know, I really see a lot of possibilities here. But really, the first course, I imagine it's going to be like an 8-week course. That's the one I did with Zach Ratz, and I really like that cadence. So it's an 8-week course, and each one is like, if you can't make it, then it's recorded and saved over for later. But y'all, speaking of that, y'all need to call me on this, because as much as I enjoyed Zach's class, I realized that, you know, keeping control of the classroom as a teacher is a legitimate skill, and it's something that I want to make sure that I'm watching out for, because Zach did it sometimes. Other times he could have done it a little bit better. But yeah, specifically for like that recording aspect, because not everybody's going to be able to make the class, and then say someone jumps into that pre-recorded session, and now they got to listen to you have this conversation with another student for like 5 minutes about, you know, some question. And then they finally get through it, and you're like, oh, thank God. And then he asks another question. It's like, no. So yeah, just be aware of that. You come into my class, you will respect the space. You will respect the Zoom space. Spending most of the time studying fundamentals. Is it still worth to pursue it for a job in the game industry? Yes. I think concept art will always be there. It will always be there as a thing in the industry. It's getting slimmer, though. It's getting slimmer, because now, unfortunately, all these art directors, they can't draw themselves out of paper bags. Now they can create all of this artwork, right? So they can put it in their little PowerPoint presentations, and they're not going to be able to reverse Google image search it, and they're going to take credit for it. So it's going to change the industry. It truly will. It truly will. But pursuing art, regardless of where it takes you financially or career-wise, the value that it's going to give to you, right? The value that it's going to give you in your life by learning these things is really where it's at. The opportunities will come and go. The opportunities will come when they're right. And, ideally, you want to get to a point with your skill where, because I got to this point where I was like looking around and waiting for my coworkers and my bosses to acknowledge me or to tell me that, to tell me that my skills were valuable. And I realized that it was never going to happen. I needed to recognize the value in myself. And I needed to say, hey, I'm going to take this to the place that I believe it needs to go. Because my heart is it's always been pointing somewhere. It's always been pointing to where I truly believe I needed to end up. And I think I finally found that place. And I think it's where I'm going tonight. Speaking of freaking putting your head over a rail and dancing. Speaking of raging, gotta show you this dubstep song I'm working on. Oh yeah, but first I gotta do this. Oi. Right, and it might pop a little bit. Sorry about that. It's just, like I said, I'm still trying to figure out all this hardware stuff. Hardware, software stuff. See if that works. Good. Try to expand this so you can see. Y'all can hear that. Notice something. It's really interesting. Like, it renders the sound out differently the first time it plays through. It's like it silences it, but listen to it again. It'll be different. Here's just the piano. Just the piano. Here's Dave's voices. The drums, right? This just goes to show you how much of the song is the drums, because as soon as you put those in there, it's... how I made that sound, but I can't. I cannot remember how I made that. But again, happy accidents. So there's my dubstep song. Yay! Diz dubstep. I've had so much fun working on this. It's been a labor of love for sure. But yeah. Oh, that's the other thing. The reason why I'm opening up my Twitch channel is because I do want to teach. I would really like to, maybe not necessarily teach, but I'm like, just show my process. But I still need to figure out how the heck to hook it up because my current interface doesn't work. There's just like all these tech things that are in the way. All these tech things that are in the way that I need to figure out. Oh, thanks, cool guy. Yay! Oh, I'm glad you guys like it. Yeah, sound designing is so much fun. Like this, these growls and stuff. I'll show you here. This is with Vital here. Oops. Right there. So here's my 3 oscillators. I mean, sound designers will really appreciate this if y'all sound design. So really, I think, I was mentioning this yesterday on my Twitch channel. I think most of the character comes from this pink noise, surprisingly. The pink noise and then these 2 envelopes like going between it. It's really... I love learning this type of stuff, man. It's really fun. So that's just that note, and then it's dropping down a half tone. And then you get... Ow, wow, 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 wow. It's so fun. Happy little accidents. How long? Oh, I've been working on it for a while, at least like 8 months, like on and off. Like I'll get it to a point, because here's the other thing. This is mixed. This is mixed, and like I'm trying to master it so that way it's ready to go on Spotify. It's like as loud as it can go. And so I'm learning all kinds of things about like EQ curves. Like y'all can see like in here, this is the EQ that I'm using. See, I can cut the highs like this. So it's like, for me, what I'm learning is like, you're trying to balance out all these frequencies because there's a lot of information that's happening, right? This is why I want to teach this too. So this is an EQ for those of you who don't know. You weren't expecting this, were you? See, all songs exist within like a set of frequencies, right? And you can make some of those frequencies more prominent or less prominent depending on what they sound like. Like take this one. So there'll be those little frequencies that kind of stick out, and as you train your ears, you'll be listening to music and you can hear it ever so slightly. And that's basically what you're doing coming in here. And this is like the mastering EQ. Usually I try to not do too many of these notches, right? Because ideally this stuff is like, you know, ideally I don't want to have to cut it up like this, but again, I'm learning, so I'm just figuring things out. But nothing ever tops this. I love doing this. Like you cut the high and cut the mid. Like this is what's coming through the crappy radio, right? So like if your song sounds interesting like this, you know, if you get the mix nailed there, and you know, you add all this other stuff to it, it just really rounds it out. But that's kind of where I'm at right now. And yeah, by the way, remember I was talking about meetups? Did you know your boy is dropping that track right in the middle of the Redmond Town Center? Right in the middle of the Redmond Town Center stage. On a monthly basis. At least once a month, I'm getting out there. I think I told you all, yeah, the new production company that I'm working with. How you keep it from getting muddy? Yeah, Abraxas, good. The number one thing I would say is like, take a look if you're trying to overthink your sub bass. That's what I did. I was like, oh, it's powerful because of all the subs, right? So I really want, you know, I want to boost that up, boost that bass, right? You got to drop the bass, right? You're not dropping the bass. You're actually dropping the low mids. You're dropping the low mids. That's what people like. That's what feels like the bass. But everybody's like, oh, it's the sub. It's the really rumbly. It's not. You boost that, that's going to mess around with the rest of your track, and it's going to cause it to get muddy. It's going to mess around with things. So that was one thing that I obsessed over. I was like, oh, I want to make like kick-ass dubstep. So it's all about every sound needs to just have sub bass in it. The snare has sub bass. The frickin', you know, the Diz voices have sub bass. Everything's got sub bass. In fact, speaking of Diz, you knew it was coming. The inevitable Diz-chan. The inevitable Diz-chan. I do want to really refine this character. Actually, yeah, maybe we'll jump into that. That's a character that I'm doing for my own thing. But where the heck is she? Oh no. Oh no. In the meantime, I'm gonna talk to you guys. How much will my class cost? Probably about $300 for the 8-week course. And if you want feedback, if you want professional waifu feedback, it's going to cost you extra. But people who have gotten feedback from me before can attest that it is well worth your value. Yeah, which is actually a steal, man. I think that's a steal. 8 weeks. 8-week course, you come out of there, know how to design your characters. Design any character you can think of. Any waifu you can think of. Okay, I'm done looking for this. It's not meant to be. I've learned if you have to try that hard, it's not meant to be. Forget it. The white noise has sub bass. The hat. The hat. It's like if you listen to it. Give me some sub bass on that hat. Pendulum. I do like pendulum as well. Oh, I love drum and bass. I would love to be able to make it. But again, I'm learning, like, I'd get in there and I'm super overconfident. I'm like, yeah, I can make drum and bass. Yeah, I can make house. I can make dubstep. And I'll get in there, I'll make it. And I'm like, yeah, it sounds so good. It's man, I was a genius this whole time and I didn't know. And then like 6 months will go by, or not even 6 months. Like I'll do some more research, do some things online. I'll be like watching some tutorials about learning how to do a better mix. This guy will say something that kind of pisses me off, where he's like, you're overthinking your sub bass. You think you're trying to do this? You think, you know? And I'm like, what does he know? What does this guy know? All he's done is freaking mix for Silverstein and Emery. What would this guy know? Hardcore Music Studio, by the way. That guy kicks ass. I love that guy. But yeah, somebody will give me some advice that kind of bugs me a little bit, where I'm like, there's no way I could have overlooked that. Come on, I'm supposed to. And then sure enough, I go back in there, I'll make those tweaks, and then I'll listen to it. I'll listen to something that I thought, 6 months ago sounded perfect and amazing. And I'll listen to it again. I'm like, oh, it sounds like complete dog crap. Literal dog crap. And so I think that's what I like about learning music production, is because it has humbled me. It has taught me that I cannot be trusted just off of my own. Like, I can't trust my ears. I can't trust my eyes, right? All the mixers are telling you, don't trust your eyes, use your ears. And then I had to learn, oh, I don't even know what I'm listening for yet. I can't trust my ears. But then once you realize that, then you can start making some changes. You can improve your hearing. You can start to hear frequencies that you didn't think were possible. You'll start to notice maybe you have some tinnitus that you didn't notice before. Okay, but Diz-chan. Yeah, I couldn't find the thing of her, so let's just draw her. Okay, Diz-chan looks, can you guess what kind of chin she has? Yep, weak chin. That's kind of my Barbie face, right? I guess my Barbie face is always the Mika weak chin thing. Diz-chan. What does Diz-chan look like? DMB and dubstep aren't that different. Turn up the tempo and try it. Oh, interesting. Hadn't thought of that. Yeah, they are kind of very similar tempos. My breathing at sub bass. Great price. Oh, thank you guys. I appreciate that. Okay, that's good. Good feedback. Good feedback from my community. Oh yeah, we need to get the music going again. My bad. But in the meantime, here's my other track. And this one's just the MP3. You don't get to listen to the whole thing. Actually, wait, do I have FL open? Screw it. I'm going to show you the other one too. I think it's this one. I also love that it's a carrot. I love that the icon is a carrot, because, it's what Diz would like. Diz would appreciate the carrot. So this is kind of like my house. I pulled you guys back into this. This is my house track. Or it's kind of like how it's 136. It's kind of fast, but again, I didn't know all that stuff when I was getting started. I was just like, I want to get on and do something. I want to make music, right? So here we go. It's not too loud. Oh, it's loud. Oh, it's loud. Nothing's organized. Yo, I can't wait to throw this one down. I cannot wait to throw this one down in Reverie. I really do love these strings. They sound so good. Except for when you do that. I forgot. Yeah, this thing's probably all set up wonky. Like looking back on this brings back good memories. It was like the first song I laid down. First song I laid down. And it sounded like crap. Oh yeah, by the way, speaking of, since we're doing A/B testing, I gotta show you guys. Just as an example of what I was talking about. Like here's dubstep. Here's how dubstep started. Right here. Oh wait. So dubstep starts like this. Oh wait, where'd it go? Oh, my bad. It's this one. Right here. You ready to put your head over a rail? Yeah, everyone's going home right now. Everyone's going home. I'm like, it's the best music in the world. It's the best music in the world. This is what the world needs. It's what the world needs. The world needs it. And then that other Diz song started more like this, right? It's not terrible, but see how it's like lacking something? Like there's an energy that's not there anymore. You go from that to this. See how it just feels like fuller? Like there's a blanket on it and you just ripped it off, right? And then this one, yeah, it's just empty. It's tinny, and then you go. So what's happening there is the freaking sounds are staying the same, but that's what audio engineering is about. Like you're bringing things out of the sound that was not there before, whether it's through compression or through distortion. There's all kinds of cool plugins that you can use. And so you're just like building and building and building. But like at the same time, it's like you got to walk this interesting line and try to balance everything out. I appreciate you guys listening, by the way. And yeah, it's going to be a part of the meetups. It's going to be a part of the meetups going forward. And so is Diz-chan. So those songs, ideally, right, we get Diz-chan dancing to them. And this is what Diz-chan looks like. He's got this hairstyle like this. Kind of like Mika, but I feel like a lot of my characters end up looking like Mika. I need to be careful with that. Oh, that was... You ever draw a mouth and you're like, that was it, and then you Control Z it and you're like, damn it, it was perfect. I think it looked like that. Yep, that was it. Don't worry, we got it back again. Diz-chan got this. Oh yeah, where's my music, by the way? There we go. Let's get that music going again. Yeah, Mika face syndrome. I know, tell me about it. It's real. It is real. Actually, I think Diz-chan... It's funny I brought up FL-chan from Fruity Loops. Because it kind of started as that. I was like, if I were to redesign that character, what would I do? Right? Because I like the green hair. I like the kind of suit going on. And I'm like, I'm doing my own music thing. So I'm like, if I were to make my own Diz-chan, what would it look like? All right, so let's start talking about the next part of this lesson. This might be like getting into the meat and potatoes of the lesson. Like, okay, Kienan, I figured out how to draw out the most attractive, appealing, beautiful face, beautiful smile, anime waifu face of all time, but she doesn't have a body. She is essentially a floating tank, right? Which coincidentally, Diz-chan has. She has a space helmet because she is a space adventurer. We got to figure out how to draw the body. We got to figure out how to draw simplistic bodies, because drawing the full body, right? You have to start thinking about what details are you going to begin removing. So let me show you just quickly how I would go about constructing a body. Using simple shapes, like I've shown you in the previous episodes, right? You're sculpting with digital clay. Get yourself some digital clay. And this clay has been modified. We got some new shapes to work with. This is number one. The hips. Remember that S curve in the leg? Some things never change. We're going to keep that S curve in the leg. Yeah? And see how I'm just laying out these lines and trying to capture weight. Trying to think about how the weight and gravity is pulling down on all of this. Also considering how the feet will be positioned, like kind of holding that balance. Think about the back of the head. I like to think about the back of the head having a plumb line that comes down, right? And you got to keep that plumb line from, you know, pulling the character back. So where does their foot have to be situated to hold that balance? Probably right about there. Okay, so that's a pretty good start for a body, right? He's okay. He's okay, but it's not perfect. Lacking some qualities that I'd like it to have. But in general, that's a good start. The reason why I like setting up bodies like this is because you've got some innate curvatures happening and you're already indicating some musculature, which is going to come in handy. I'm going to redo this leg. And you might be asking, well, how did you know to make a bump there and a bump there and a bump there? As I said before, this will be your best friend. You're going to want to be studying this. You can get those muscles from every possible angle, right? Because really that's what it's all about, is you want to start understanding how, like you want to remember that that gluteus, right? That butt cheek has a connecting tendon that wraps here. And then that same tendon goes in a straight line and goes down and connects here. That's the kind of stuff we're going to be going into. And once you understand that, right? Because you're going to be like, oh man, that sounds like so much information. You take it one step at a time, huh? Why did that go to Elden Ring? Is there a hotkey set on that? It's like a resin statue. It's like a resin body cast statue. Mm-hmm. Yeah, this body's okay. But that's just me kind of constructing a body, right? So, and much like your early bodies will be, they will be stiff. Stiff. But that's not bad. Because what you're doing here is you're actually learning about volumes. Think of it as like you're creating the doll, right? You're creating the doll and you're actually laying out like you're thinking about, oh, where's the swivel point of that arm, right? You're actually working with proper volumes. But now what you're going to need to do is learn how to pose those volumes and put them into action, put them into, you know, appealing poses, interesting waifu poses. I'll be happy to teach you everything I know. Okay, so this is probably how your early bodies are going to look. See? Simple. I think those boobs are too high, though. I'm over here talking gravity. I'm like, come on. Oh yeah, and this shoulder's way too high. You'll start to see things that are off. But it's all good. Again, stiff. Stiff. Not necessarily bad at this point because you're getting volumes. Volumes are important. But now let's take that knowledge. Let's say you now take a step into the future at the end of the course. And be like, I remember that constructing a cute, interesting pose means that you have to have curvatures and you need to have weight and gravity happening. So let's go ahead and break the cardinal rule and draw off a head. And the way that we're going to do this is we are going to start thinking about possible poses, which is actually pretty fun because that's one of the things I want to throw out the window. I have no problem with you drawing off a head. Never did. In fact, I was doing it the whole time. So a lot of you were saying, how can you teach me this stuff for free? How are you teaching me all your knowledge? I didn't teach you everything. I didn't teach you everything. I kept some secrets for myself, and drawing off the head was one of them. So what I want to do here is like have her like looking out at something. Have her looking out. Like over the horizon or something. She's going to have this spacesuit on. And maybe she's going to be on her tiptoes. Maybe she's going to be on her tiptoes, huh? And I think her jacket comes down like that. Actually, yeah, I'm starting to notice some similarities. I almost see Raverie-chan as like a combination of a lot of my characters together. Because it has a little bit of Mika, has a little bit of Diz-chan, has a little bit of... Yeah, it's really interesting. Anyway, so I'm thinking she has like one of those, what, mech suits? Some sort of pressure suit thing going on, huh? But then on top of that, she has like this baggy, yeah, like space suit. Okay? So before you start drawing all those folds and stuff in there, right? You want to be thinking about body, right? Think about the hips. Think about the hips you want your waifu to have. And what I'm doing here is I'm thinking in 3D, right? So believe it or not, there's a pelvis in there. And you drawing that pelvis, right? Here's one edge of it right here. The other edge is going to be right there. And then just like that, the legs can emerge. And see how just like simple lines, all of a sudden you're like, oh. Oh. And that's what's fun about working in your sketchbook, is because you'll learn how to just start throwing down lines with confidence. And I think that my hypothesis is that the confidence in your lines shows. It does. It really does. I think she'll have, like, whatever this suit is going to be. I imagine maybe there's like a thing here. I don't know how we're going to set it up, but. And then, my personal favorite, how the heck is this person going to stand up and not fall over? We also need more room. More room. Yeah, take care, Charlie. Thank you guys for stopping by. How beginner friendly will the course be? I would imagine it's very beginner friendly. Very beginner friendly. Like I said, I want you to be making faces, and then I'm going to teach you how to make stiff bodies, and then you're going to learn those volumes, and you're going to learn the shapes that you have to work with, and then you're going to be able to start seeing them in which I will say, if you get to that point of the lesson, or any point in the lesson, you're like, it's too much. It took me probably a good 3-4 times learning perspective before things really started to sink in. But we need to figure out Diz-chan. Okay, so plumb line from the back of the head coming down here.
I would see you stream. Never thought I would see you stream. Welcome back. Missed you, boss. Welcome back.
Oh wait, yeah. I know why that did that. My bad. Close that. Sorry for the echo on that. Frederick Mare, thank you so much for the dono. Never thought I would see you stream again. I missed you, boss. Welcome back. No, welcome yourself back. Welcome yourself back to the stream. Feels good to be back. Feels good to be back. Okay, I actually don't like this. You feel like you get to a point where you're like, oh, but it was a happy accident. Don't simp. Don't simp. Because what's wrong with this is it's not in proper perspective. There we go. Brilliant. See, there we go. That looks more proper. And see that? Look how I'm just... You can really start seeing the forms. You can start seeing that shoe in perspective. Once you start, once you get it down. See how those legs are much more interesting? We've got this really cool, shape. She's just making a really interesting shape. And because of that, I want to exaggerate. I want to exaggerate what makes Diz-chan's shape interesting already. And that's these big, chunky shoulder pieces. Big, chunky shoulder pieces. She's also going to have a helmet with ears on it. Right? I think she has some sort of headband. She does have long hair, I think. I don't know how I designed the back of her helmet, but for some reason I imagined there would be something that lets her hair out, even though it doesn't make sense. And then let's see what we want to do with this other arm. I don't know what the expression would be. Maybe something like that. And we got to figure out what to do with this other arm, but we're taking a break. It's breaky time. You're a great teacher, above and beyond than a lot of these YouTubers. A lot of them. Thanks, Emery. Means a lot. I'm not trying to be the best anymore because I realize I never will be. Never will be. And it's just such a sticky thing to say about yourself, right? A sticky slope or a slippery slope. I don't need to be the best. I just need to be me. I just need to be me. I just need to hit that start button. As scary as it is. Hit that live stream button. That bump, right? What's that bump? What's that bump there? What's that? Attend my class, you'll find out. Why does it look good? Get on my class. Okay, so these legs are okay, but I can see some issues that I'm gonna have with them. I can see some issues. I like this, what's happening here, but this needs to change because actually, right? Again, bone structure. There's a connection point right here, and then your femur actually goes out like that and then back in. I'm sure you guys have seen that before or heard of something like that, right? So the widest point, right? The widest point is not actually the bum. It's not actually the bum. It's not like this, right? It doesn't go out like that and then, I mean, it can, but that is some very, man, how many squats you doing, Diz girl? How many squats you doing? I gotta catch up. Making me look bad. By the way, it's time for a break. I'm gonna leave you with Diz-chan's booty. Enjoy. I'll be right back. Ooh, all right. Hey, y'all. How are we doing on time? How are we doing on Celtic music? I don't want Celtic music. I want this. I clearly have an appetite for streaming because I kind of start doing this and I immediately go into my zone. Paint sketching. Yeah, it's interesting that you say paint sketching this year because I haven't done that in a while. It's been a while since I've done paint sketching. The lighting vid with a space cat, yeah. Aw, Shakira, you're asking such kind questions. That's really nice of you to say that. Thank you. Alright, let's fix this booty. Diz, yes. Okay, so remember, the widest point is actually closer to there, huh? Where's the edge of that femur sticking out? There, right? And then you get one of these and then you're like, oh, and then a little line there and you're like, oh, I can see what's going on there. And then I'm thinking, okay, is she just gonna go full on cute and like put the hand on the hip? I think she's gonna have to. She's gonna have to. Diz knows what she's doing. Okay. Maybe like that. Huh? Oh yeah, and y'all gotta watch how I lay out hands now. Think of hand, like, don't ever draw a hand like this again. Hey, Ramez, thank you for the donut. No, it's not just a one-time thing. Don't think about your hands like this, right? That's actually not bad.
Oh, you're back. Is this just a one-time thing?
It's not a one-time thing, Ramez. I'm back for good. I'm back for good. Because I'm going to force myself. And I decided to say no more excuses. Just no more. I made so many excuses, guys, about how I'm like, no, I'm struggling in my life. And like, I'm dealing with so many things right now. I'm dealing with drugs. I'm dealing with, well, I say drugs, but like, you want to see? Check it out. Let me show you the drugs I take. Ooh! Here's a big reason why I didn't come on the stream. I was too ashamed to show you guys that this is something that I have been doing over the years. I was too ashamed. I was like, what if my family sees me? What if my boss sees me? What if my friends see me? What if, you know? And I just had this huge amount of that's one of many things, right? I was dealing with a lot of stuff in life, but to compound it all, it's like, man, I kind of find myself at a point where I'm gonna delete that. Hang on, one sec, y'all. Remove that. Is that still okay? Yeah, I was really ashamed. I was really ashamed because I'm like, wait, no, I'm supposed to be perfect. I'm supposed to be the hero. I'm supposed to be the good guy. Good guys don't do that. Good people don't get addicted to drugs. Good people don't have problems like that, huh? And I just let it get so out of control that, again, I had to start looking at myself and I'm like, is my value to this world the fact that I don't smoke? And I finally realized that the answer is no, that's not my value. And in fact, what I was doing was I was just making more excuses for why I'm not getting on and showcasing my value. Which is this. I hope that's working. Someone get a shot of that, please. You like that, huh? Yeah, I'm feeling a lot better about myself lately. And I'm learning to not take things so seriously and personally. I took a lot of things in my life seriously and personally, and I realized I didn't have to. Realized not only do I not have to, I never have to again. I never have to again. Because I realized, like, yeah, it's just, I don't know. I mean, if I was to be real with myself, I think that what it comes down to is it wasn't an issue of something stopping me from doing what I wanted to do. I think the issue was I needed an excuse to not do it. I needed an excuse to not do it because I wasn't, you know, I didn't have the courage within myself. I didn't have the self-security. I didn't have the self-assurance. But the key word is didn't. Your boy asked for something really special this Christmas, and Santa delivered. He got a brand new bag and he delivered real well. And it was a massive, massive package, right? Big old tag on it. It's like, Kienan, here's exactly what you asked for. It's the confidence, it's your swagger, it's your passion in life, it's your it's your art, like your artwork. It's the value that you've been looking for other people to tell you that you had. It's that recognition that you've been searching for people to tell you, you know, your freaking boss and your family. It's all that stuff. It's in this box. And then I open it up and it's just this one little note. It's this little note in there and it reads, Doesn't freaking matter. It's like even if you got their validation, it's still not going to solve the inherent issue, and that is that you are not recognizing your value, and you haven't been this whole time. It's a little note at the bottom. And then I played in the box with my bunnies. We're doing good, by the way. I'm still trying to figure out what's going on with these ears, because it's like she has this space helmet with ears on it, and I'm like, what? Would there be like some kind of electrode in there, or like some kind of Wi-Fi signal picker upper thing? It's like, why are they there? What's the purpose of these ears? Oh yeah, imposter syndrome. That was my literal. I was the embodiment of imposter syndrome. And then you want to know what I realized? I'm like, the people who actually should have imposter syndrome never have it. They never have it. And the people that are probably doing fine in their lives are the ones that get it. They deal with that stuff. I don't know. No, that's not necessarily true. That was more of a joke, but you know what I mean. It's like the actual imposters are never. They just don't have a clue. They don't have a clue. So if you're thinking you're an imposter, there's a good chance you're not. Over here, taking a break. See this, like whatever we're doing right now, see this cadence and like this energy, this is what I like in my streams. It's what I imagine would be really nice to just like chill out with, right? Say you fall asleep in the middle of it. I would absolutely love that. If you're watching my stream late at night and you just fell right asleep, you wake up and see what we finished the next morning, that would make me so happy. Make me so happy. Tesla bulbs. I'm curious what a Tesla bulb is. I do have some ideas. I'm gonna throw it in there in a second. Thank you for the suggestion, though, Jellyfish. You caught it, Agnes, and I caught you too. That's a cute cat icon. I like that. I'm just sus. Someone's sus. Yeah, definitely went through some dark places. Yeah. Like if you're dealing with like nihilism and all that stuff, you're like, what the hell's the point? It's like, I think that's a very powerful place for people to be, because it really gets you into the point of laying out what you want your life experience to be and understanding that you can ask for that. And I truly believe like people want to connect. I truly believe that a lot of the world's problems lie around people wanting to connect. They want to find a place where they can fit in. Because there's a difference between seeking validation, right? It's all good to find that validation and be confident in yourself and be like, I don't care what other people think. I like me. I think I'm cool. It's like you can do that till the cows come home. But if you don't have friends to connect with and do things with and play video games with and have conversations with, it's like you are going to, it is a fundamental human need. And I think a lot of it stems from, the fact that we've been isolated, literally isolated from each other for years. And now we're coming back into it and we're like, it's kind of like this half on, half off gray area. Nobody knows what they're really supposed to be doing. And so that's why I'm taking a step out and I'll be like, yeah, you know what? I know what it feels like to be lonely. I know what it's like to have, I know what it's like to be lonely, not only just stuck in your room playing video games. I know what it's like to go out to these big, public events, be in a crowd of people and feel completely isolated, feel so terribly hopeless that you just want to go back home to your safe place. You want to run into your closet and close the door. I know what that feels like. And I want to be, I think that having conversations like that, online is good, but it's still a parasocial relationship. You guys still don't know me. The only way that you're going to know me is by coming out to say hello. Whether that's going to be at the next con or where did the chat go? There we go. whether it's going to be at the next con or one of the many upcoming meetups that are going to be going down in the Washington state area. Also might be doing some stuff in Oregon and the neighboring states, but for the most part, we're going to be sticking local. Yep. Coconut. Yeah. I hear that. Yes. And know that it's completely natural to feel kind of bummed out because you are missing something, and it's that connection. And okay, so as I was talking about parasocial relationships and all that stuff, it's like part of what makes it parasocial is that automatically, just by the nature of YouTube, especially in today's climate, I don't run ads. I don't give a shit what anybody, wants to run an ad on my show. Like, I actually don't care because I have other ideas. Like I said, the waifu workshop, if y'all are willing to shell out that amount of money, right? I really believe that the value that you're going to get back is going to be monumental. It's going to catapult you ahead of like years of classes that you'd have to sit through, learning from a professor who, actually I do have a lot of confidence in professors, but there are some professors out there that teach, right? But their experience in the industry is kind of limited. Maybe there's some things or situations that they could prepare you for, or, something they could tell you that would be some good advice for you going forward, right? And I want to be able to not only give advice on designing characters, but I really see the class as being like, like I said, I want it to be a little bit more like I am addressing adults. This is an adult class where I'm addressing adults, and I want to be able to talk about, and give advice on, whether it's getting jobs or things that you need to watch out for. You know what I mean? Like, I just want it to be maybe, like I said, stuff that I wouldn't exactly put on the KNKL show for everybody to see. Because A, it's valuable, and B, some of the material can be a little controversial. So yeah, I think it's just natural. And I've always wanted to do a Gumroad class. And after the Zach Retz class, I was like, yeah, it's a no-brainer. You like it? Ear pulls. Okay, let's draw these shoes. She's got to have big, chunky space boots, right? I like big, chunky shoes. Oh yeah, this chat is much more interesting now. You can write big old paragraphs now. I need to see Tesla bulb. What's a Tesla bulb? I'm gonna look that up really quick. Oh, are you talking like a... Yeah, like one of these things, huh? That. Yep. That's actually a cool idea, and it actually looks like that's what we made. Oh my god, that's such a brilliant idea. That would be really fun. It would be kind of a pain to animate, but like you could turn them on and off, or you could have like a... Yeah, so it's like a... That's freaking brilliant. Oh, so cool. I want to animate this like right now. Thank you for that suggestion. Let me get that name. Triotis? Were you the first one that said it? Sometimes I'll credit somebody and then it's like just somebody that repeated it. Giant. Yeah. Cool. Thank you guys for the suggestions and the critiques. Born in Washington, you crave the rain. Oh, you're trapped in Utah? Yeah, get out of there. That's where I took off from Utah. Actually, I went from Utah to NorCal, which I didn't think it could get worse. So actually take some time to say your gratitudes, because Menlo Park is actually worse than Utah. If I had to pick one or the other, it would definitely be Utah. But yeah, Washington, I love the rain. Like ever since I was a kid, I was like, I'm at my most creative. I'm in the zone when there's rain outside, when I can hear it hitting the roof or just kind of splashing down, when I go for walks and it's that smell of the evaporating rain on the street. Something about that is absolutely cathartic and relaxing. It always made me feel that way. And so getting plenty of that out here in Washington has made me really happy. Go ahead and just fix those last little bit of legs up. I usually try not to do the gap thing, right? It's like, it's too 2011 League of Legends, you know what I mean? So rather what I'll do is I'll say, oh, well, that line can be there, but actually what's happening is there's additional flesh back there. Like there is a butt cheek. There needs to be a butt cheek back there. That line actually does exist though, and that's a very important tendon, which we will be going into in the class. I think it's called pectineus or the sartorius, or no, it's not sartorius. Sartorius goes here. Like I said, oh, yeah, speaking of sartorius, look at, so it goes boom, and then it goes boom. You're like, wait, okay, so this leg is overlapping that one, and then why does the shape change there? That's because the sartorius muscle, see if you can see it. That one. See how it goes across and down, and then it actually connects right there. I've always been terrible at legs. So I feel like I just kind of like launched myself into, I'm just going to focus on nothing but legs for like the next good while. And I feel like I learned a good amount. Cause see how you can like, there's a lot of little subtleties in there, and those lines are describing musculature. It's describing musculature. And that is appealing. And there'd probably be a little cast shadow there from that, and then a little cast shadow down there. That. See? Isn't that cute? Gives your character a little bit more depth, too. I'm going to answer a little bit more of this. I get that this is a parasocial thing, but your thoughtfulness of helping me build an all-around better mindset. It's still parasocial. It's still parasocial. You don't know if I exist. The AI could have been generating every single one of those KNKL. You think that technology hasn't been around for a long time before they release it to the public? You don't know if I exist. That's what I'm saying. You come out here and just check. Step out of the matrix. Step out of the matrix for a second. See if we can make a meetup. Although I do, like, not to discredit, yeah. I feel like if it did help you get a better mindset and the thoughtfuls really helped you, it's because the thoughtfuls always came from my heart. The thoughtfuls always came from my heart with the best that I could do at the time. And like I said, I stopped doing them because I'm like, oh yeah, I can't tell people how to live their lives because my life is a freaking wreck. I can only tell people how to live their lives when I got all my stuff together, right? When I can confidently look, when my nose becomes, you know, the freaking, when I got a nose to look down at people, right? That's the only time I can tell them what to do with their lives. And I realize that not only is true, it's actually a very bad mindset. It's a very bad mindset that will beat you down. It will beat you down. Seeing things with better eyes, alien eyes, I like the sound of that. Salty cupcake. Yesterday, you said, what's my value? I mean, I thought you're someone who's very talented and skilled, but I feel like someone I can relate and connect to. Yes, Salty. The person that you are connecting with, I believe, is my value. And that's why I realized that nobody else can do that. Markabuchi can't do that. Ross Strauss can't do that. Chala can't do that. You know, Ethan Becker can't do that. Even though I really appreciate all those other YouTubers and people creating this content and teaching and entertaining. It's incredible. But I was always looking at them with the wrong lens, and that, oh, they're doing what I'm doing, but it's better, so I should just kind of, I'm glad I took a break because I honestly needed it. But I was answering that question of, was that actually my value that I was bringing the whole time? Or was it the thing that was connecting with you? Was it the person that was connecting with you? So I'm glad you said that. Thank you for bringing that up, Salty. What if, hear me out, they were chunkier and bigger? I like where you're going with this, Coconut. Yeah, anatomy can be very fun. You just have to be working with a subject that you're interested in. And if you're like me, then you like waifus, okay? So you can channel, right? Channel your excitement, channel your passion Learn some good anatomy. Schrodinger's Keenan. Yeah, exactly. There's two parallel universes. One where you come out, until you see me with your own physical eyes, you would have never known. You would have never known. In fact, yeah, just to make sure. That's what I'm saying. Come out and look me in the eyes. Look me in the eyes and listen to me throwing down. Because, yeah, we're playing music, guys. The meetups, it's all about partying. It's all about throwing down music. And again, it's partying, but safe partying. Safe space. We want to make sure we're all about respecting each other's space, wanting people to be creative. We're really trying to build that place where people can come back to and connect, right? And specifically talking community. I love my online community, but I realize it's only one facet of my life. And it's actually a facet of my life that it is a lower priority. It has to be a lower priority than my real life friendships or like my non-parasocial relationships. Because as soon as I start letting it overtake my life, right, it actually doesn't work out for anybody. Because then I start worrying about all this stuff that I just didn't have to give a crap about. And then I go freaking run away and hide under the rock. And it's actually just not good for anybody. But when I take time to be good to myself, when I take time to get my needs met, and that includes, yeah, having friends that I can relate to, having friends that can teach me stuff and inspire me, having relationships with people that build me up, get me inspired and excited about life. You know, I get to see other people. Here's the other thing that really inspires me, seeing other people achieve their goals. My friends are the kind of people that set out goals for themselves, goals for their business, goals for their learning, and they get out there and they do them. And being around those people, you know, because there's plenty of those people on Instagram because that's all they show of their life. All they show of their life is, look at the success that I am. Look at this latest success. Look at this cool trick. Look at this thing. Hold your attention for just a little longer. Hey, by the way, did we mention this whole stream was sponsored by? And then they throw in the thing. They have to seek these people out to actually make ends meet because YouTube doesn't pay them. And so I'm like, there's just, I can sit here and argue about the broken system all I want, but I'm done trying to change it because it's not going to change. Rather, what I need to do is start looking at, right? Look at the reality of it. And that is the value of YouTube, that they were paying me? Or is the value of YouTube that they're hosting my videos and I can make my own money? And once I started looking at it that way, I realized, well, if the value is my videos, if the value is, you know, that I just get these videos hosted, then that means I can just focus on that. And I don't have to worry about getting these sponsorships and freaking interrupting the middle of my freaking stream to talk about some app or some, you know, it's like, because it's very rare. It's very rare that happens. And I'm like, oh man, I was really hoping I could see an advertisement about this. Let me just freaking set everything aside and just focus, right? The thing that bothers me is that it always just feels like, and not everybody does this, but whenever there's a YouTube, whenever there's a freaking scenario where they try to transition into it, like try to be clever with it and they trick you into seeing it, immediately I'm like, yeah, screw that. I'm like, it's disrespectful. I feel like it's disrespectful to your viewer to lure them into something and then freaking, you know, even though cable TV's been doing that this whole time. But that's the thing. It's like, don't you all see what's happening? What were once independent creators are now becoming like TV like freaking, yeah, like cable broadcasts. They're becoming cable broadcasts with baked in ads who these people have to seek out for themselves. And they are now basically, yeah, TV channels. It's, I don't know. That could have been said a lot more eloquently, but you know what I'm saying. Trying to do this while simultaneously drawing this suit. Okay, so see how I'm keeping the shapes simple. A, I'm doing this because I want to be able to hopefully animate this character. But B, I'm doing it because, you know, your shapes say a lot about your character, specifically the silhouette. You know all those mobile game ads with the cute little waifus blinking at you, talking to you? Remember how on the outlines, you're going to go back and check this now, right? I don't know if Genshin Impact does this, but like Dragalia Lost and stuff like that, you know, a lot of mobile game ads do this, where they'll emphasize the silhouette. They'll emphasize the silhouette of any given character. And they do that because it's very powerful. It's an important part of whatever your character is. But there are also, here's the part that's really going to blow your mind. There's silhouettes. Like everything is a silhouette. Every shape in here is a silhouette. This is a silhouette. This is a shape. This is a shape. You know? This is a shape. So all of these shapes are silhouettes upon each other. And you really got to start thinking about simplifying these shapes. Simplifying shapes is going to help you in the long run because A, it's going to prepare you for animation, should you want to do animation. B, it's going to make you start thinking differently. Instead of, oh, what can I add to this character? What other doohickeys and gadgets and things can I add to this character so that way they're super cool and powerful, right? And perfect. And instead you're going to start asking, what things can I take away? What things can I take away and I still preserve the essence of what this character is? I actually really like this. Break time. Yeah, small, medium, large. Yep. Absolutely. Take care, Hideki. Thanks for hanging out. Ripped Dragalia Lost. I played the hell out of that game. Oh, that's so cute. Yeah, coconut. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, you put your hands on the plasma baubles. Yep. I think that one's gonna stick. Can't kill pool party in real life. Yeah, you say that, Leshy. I'm totally down. I got a nice clubhouse, and they just fixed the pool. When I moved in here, that thing was a swamp. It's like a freaking alligator could have been lived in there, and no one would have known. You know? But they finally got in there. They just redid the whole thing, and it's got like a fireplace. It's a really sick clubhouse. I plan on hosting some events there with my friends. So, yeah, and I just got thinking, meetups. It's like, I know tons of YouTubers that have done this before, and I've always wanted to, but, you know, just as of late, I'm like, this is just something that I need. I need this human connection, and I think more people need this. I want to be able to throw this out there, and I'm starting with my community. I'm starting right here where I'm at. Like literally down the street, there's a park with a stage on it, and I'm like, well, why is there not some? And nothing happens. Right, the weekend goes by, it's like a little tumbleweed blows by, right? And bear in mind, this place is surrounded by thousands of apartments, thousands of apartment complexes. And it's just like people, I want to be able to have, I want to meet these. Actually, it's funny because I've been getting out there so much, like just doing research, and like I've been doing shows here and there, but like sometimes I'll go out and like be laying out, like kind of trying to figure out how we're going to set up the next event or do something with the stage. And I'll meet somebody like from the city, somebody working for the city, some like tons of local people. And, you know, I'm starting to realize that, you know, you don't even necessarily need to do this big extravagant event in order for people to connect. You just need to like really start getting out into your community. And again, not all communities are created equally. If where you're at, the community kind of sucks, then, you know, it's like, I mean, I say that, but like, actually, maybe not true. It's like, if you feel like your community sucks, take a closer look. Take a closer look. Might be some opportunities you might not see. But also, don't write off the fact that you are not a tree, you are not rooted into the ground, and you can choose to make some changes in your life. Or you can plan to, you know, plan where you want to end up. And I would highly recommend Washington. I think Washington is one of the most beautiful places I've ever lived in my entire life. I love the city, but I love that I'm not in the city. I love Seattle, but I do not want to live there. All right, this is looking good. I'm pretty happy with the kind of sketchiness of this. Let's go ahead and kind of blow it up, and then we'll add some additional details to it. Goodbye, everybody. Hello, Diz-chan. Happy that that pose ended up working out. because you know what this is going to work well with if we decide to put it on Instagram. I really like doing these full bodies because it really works well for like separating it out into these multiple panels. And I just like doing that thing on Instagram right now. Oh yeah, Raid Shadow Legends. Oh god. Oh yeah. I'm glad you like your Agnes. Yeah, don't have the... Yeah. Strong focal points motifs, yep. Oh, you're doing your thesis on production design. Fantastic. RDH, DHN, redundant. Everything is a silhouette. Always has been. Everything. Everything. Everything was a silhouette, and then AI came along, and now everything is beautiful face, beautiful smile, beautiful eyes. Such a good artist. I don't know how many times I said that this whole stream, but thank you for humoring me and letting me... That's an all original. That's a stream original right there. Such a good artist. What would you call these eyes right here? If you were to put this into an AI, how would you tell it to draw these eyes? Oh yeah, hands. Let's talk about the hands. I want to show you how I go about drawing this hand. So see that shape? Do you know what can exist within that shape? Right? Kind of break it down. Where's the knuckles? There. Where's the Sonic? Right there. And then kind of draw in a couple of these fingers. And see how you can quickly start. Because fingers compress. They compress into shapes. You know, they can separate, but when they come together, you know, these three fingers now become one shape, right? And then this hand coming off as a shape. And again, I'm teaching you guys that, you know, start thinking about, this isn't the best hand, by the way, but let's try that again, actually. Because she's supposed to be, oh, I see what happened. I see what happened. Needs to be more like this, I think. Oh. Yep. Yep. That was what it needed. And then sometimes I don't even draw the other fingers, right? Sometimes I'll just leave them as a shape, right? Try that. It still looks kind of crappy. I like what I did with that pinky, though. But see how I'm just erasing, and I'm going back in and I'm trying again. Because I'm like, I know that whatever is going to happen in this silhouette, whatever's going to work here, it's going to happen within that silhouette, or close to it. I like this pinky, kind of like doing one of these, right? Because she's cute, right? But she's got to have, you know, some confidence. She's got to have some style. She's got to be fancy. And your hands say a lot. Your hands say a lot about your character's attitude. There's a lot about, you know, their expression, just as much as the actual expression on their face. I think what needs to happen here, because she's shielding her eyes, right? She's shielding her eyes. So let's just try this again then. Because I know that we've got this here. I think what I'm trying to do is something more like this. There we go. Yep, meant to do that. That's what I meant to do. Sometimes you just gotta erase it and go back. But do you see how the chunk of it, or like the majority of it, is this? See that? The majority is that shape, and then you just put a couple little lines in there to describe, and your mind fills in the rest. See? Fantastique. Fantastique. That'll be the hands tutorial. Connect to the people near you. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah. In Menlo Park, I didn't know my neighbors. Didn't know my neighbors, didn't care to know them. Out here, I know my neighbors. I know quite a few of them. Beautiful eyes. Beautiful hands. I love it. That's when you start getting the 7-fingered ones. You got to be careful with that one. Starting to learn to draw right now. Oh, is that so? Lumi Blee. Fantastic. Do you recommend old KNKL episodes? Yeah, sure. But honestly, like, I'll be real with you. If you're looking for straight up tutorials on how to improve your art skill, there are new episodes that have been done by other YouTubers like Marco Bucci. Actually, really, it's just Marco Bucci. Marco Bucci will get you up to speed with solid fundamentals for digital painting. I would say watch the older episodes if you enjoy, like, you know, just kind of hanging out, having somebody to draw along with, because a lot of my old content is kind of longer form, at least like 20 to 30 minutes. Just something kind of nice to have on in the background. Maybe you're bored at work too, huh? Throw it on and doodle along. That's what I think I'm there for. Or that's what I would recommend. Yeah, laying the elements of the drawing as shapes. Yep, exactly, precisely. Because you're creating a composition. You are creating composition. And when you're doing that, that's what I realized. Like when I was in Zachret's class, I thought he was going to go into this elaborate detail of like, so in order to render out this rock face, what I did was I actually took a trip to the Grand Canyon and I spent a week just studying how the different layers of sediment form to create and then coupling in with the erosion that would happen over the decades. You know, it would be natural to arrive at a texture like this. And then he would proceed to show me how to paint that texture. But all he did was say, no, really what we're doing is we're laying down simple shapes to build an interesting composition at a fundamental level. That's what makes a good landscape. You know, the textures and all the icing on the cake, that's great. But if you don't have a good foundation, you don't have a good solid setup of shapes in your composition, forget it. Yeah, All Atlas, what's up? I'd love to have neighbors like a get to know. Most everyone where I live concerns me. Interesting. Well, they should concern you. Be concerned with yourself. Be concerned with yourself too. Because that's the other thing that I learned. I was like, one of the reasons why I'm not able to connect with other people is because there are some areas where I realize that I judge people very, very harshly. And oftentimes it's things that I struggle with myself. It's like whether it's drugs, smoking weed. I remember I used to judge people so hard that smoked. I'm like, why would you do that? There's literally no logical reason why you would do that. And like, I would literally tell myself stuff like that. And yeah, I am putting a wall between. And there's nothing wrong with having boundaries, obviously. There doesn't mean you have to associate with everybody. But pay close attention to when you start to judge people and then ask yourself immediately, that's something that I deal with. That's something that, or maybe dealt with in the past, or maybe I pushed it away and it still needs to be dealt with. But then also, yeah, Utah is full of Mormons, and I usually don't knock religion, but I've walked those shoes. And I'm not going back. But in all seriousness, it's like, you're not a tree. Do some exploring. Do some research. Do some research of other possible places you might be able to end up. Expand your possibilities. Expand your skill set. I'll be teaching you how to draw characters. People will be like, I cannot believe you can draw like that. How did you learn that? And that's when you tell them, well, there's this fantastic art course on Gumroad. Very affordable. KNKL's Waifu Workshop. Sign up for the next class. We're going to be diving even deeper into perspective. Actually, no, don't say that. Please don't say that. The perspective is supposed to be a surprise. You're not supposed to know about it. Did my music die? Oh no, it's there. I don't know how much longer I can go, guys. I probably have to get ready to go in about 30 minutes. So let's see what we can do in 30 minutes, huh? But it's going to start with this. Talk to you guys. Only time you can draw at all is in the car. Interesting. That's tough, especially if you're going over bumps and stuff. Face tutorial is still the best on YouTube. Don't cut yourself short. Thank you, Kongard. Thank you, Kongard. I really appreciate that. Landscapes are spooky. I can't get the trees. Yes, Magna. I feel that. I feel that. Trees are... It is another area of study. It's not just something... You know, you think it's simple because you're like, oh, it's just a tree. But it's like, no, that's Mother Nature. That's the thing that made you. That thing is like infinitely, it's smart. You know, the designs that it makes are arguably perfect, right? And trees are one of them. So being able to draw, and it's literally hardwired into our DNA. We've grown up with this stuff even since the caveman days. We know what trees are supposed to look like. And if it looks slightly off, we're going to be able to pick it out. So yeah, trees. But here's the thing. No one wants to give a tutorial on trees. I don't want to give it, at least I don't. I don't want to give a tutorial on trees. But I do think they are worth studying, and I would like to study some more. Yo, I'm actually really happy with how this Diz-chan turned out. And remember that tooth line? Remember we were talking about? Imagine the skull. There's your teeth right there. So you'd see a little bit kind of poking out right there. Ah. Brilliant. Brilliant. I remember when I saw that in The Simpsons. Yeah, the first place I saw that was in The Simpsons animator kind of guidebook. The animator Bible for The Simpsons. I'm like, oh, I can't believe I didn't think about that before. Of course the bone structure wouldn't change that much. Again, in animation you can break the rules, but when you're trying to replicate the same face, it's probably a major area that you didn't consider before, if you're anything like me. When will the course be out on the Gumroad? Not 100% certain yet, but it is coming. Actually, I can tell you it's going to be in the next few months. It will be probably within the next month or two. And in the meantime, I am going to continue streaming, so it will not be a surprise when it comes out. It will not be a surprise. I will continue streaming as much as I can. I will be taking a vacation, short vacation, in about a week. But I'm thinking this whole next week I'll be able to get on for... I might not be able to go for 5 hours every day, but I might be able to go for maybe 1 or 2 hours. Just kind of check in. Check in and be like, hey, Grand Rising, good morning or good evening. Watch me at 3 a.m. How you doing? You didn't sleep? Don't worry about it. I'm here to talk you through the whole thing. Let's watch the sunrise together. That's what I want to do. And put a little bit of color on Diz-chan, because y'all can kind of be here and kind of watch my process. Take care, Redundant. I know I'm not saying your name right, but thank you. Aw, Agnes. Yay, I want Diz-chan fan art. Yay. And by the way, thank you all for not only throwing down your artwork, still staying true on the Discord, supporting each other. You guys are awesome. I know I've been talking about parasocial relationships and this and that, but actually, I have to kind of say that with a little bit of, because everybody's community is not like mine. Not everybody has spent the last 10 years building the type of community that I have. Nobody else has a community like mine. So if there ever was, my goal when I first started the show, I told y'all, it's I want people to know the true artist or get as close to like understanding not just my success, my happiness. I want you to see my struggles. I want you to see my mistakes. You know, I want you to see the true artist. Because yeah, there are limits. There are limits to what you can do on YouTube and streaming, but I'm going to push those limits. I'm going to push those limits. And not having to worry about advertisers, not having to worry about, you know, not pissing off Viacom or Coca-Cola or freaking, you know, whoever. You know, I get to have a truly independent radio show. And I think that's what I've been searching for this whole time. I want some kind of independent radio. And I'm through making excuses about how I gotta be perfect and how everything needs to be all flashy and everything. That's one of the reasons why I subscribed to that Streamlabs thing, because I'm like, oh, it has all these custom layouts. I can look so legit. I'm gonna come back and everybody's gonna be like, oh, Kienan, you're so amazing. You're this and that. And again, see, I can catch myself right there. I'm like, no, I don't need to do that. I don't need to be perfect. I don't need to be a hero. I don't need anybody to tell me, oh, you're back in your layout. So cool. Wow. Wow. No. Oh, Diz-chan, she's so cute. Get out of here. I don't need that. No, I actually do appreciate that. I appreciate comments on my characters, but I'm like, you see how it's like eventually you get to a point where you can start deconstructing your own thinking, and you start to realize a lot of it is excuses. A lot of it is, oh, it needs to be good. It needs to be ready. It needs to be perfect. And if it's for your own, like, it's your own thing, you know, it's your own YouTube. It's like, who's telling you any of these rules, right? Who made up any of those rules about what my show needs to be? So, yeah, anyway. I'm just kind of zoning out, right? It's kind of zoning out just drawing this. I hope y'all are enjoying. I really want to watch the sunrise. I tried to stay up like last month and watch the sunrise because I had one of those nights, right, where I was up late watching memes all night, watching freaking, you know, just whatever YouTube could possibly throw at me, crime documentaries, you know, just little stuff that I would never watch. I'm just like, gotta do it. But yeah, I couldn't make it to the sunrise. Could not make it. Thanks, Shakir. Yeah, let me get that Discord link. If I can remember how to do it. Oh. Oh yeah, instant invite. Instant invite. Get in my Discord now. Get in there now. Please. It's surreal being able to gain a new understanding of your own behavior. Yeah, right? Because, and it's interesting that you say it that way, Shakir. Because I've always wanted to know what people meant when they said you need to develop a relationship with yourself. And I always used to like kind of cringe at that. I was like, oh, what? Like what? You need to be good to yourself. You need to love yourself. And I'm like, what does that even mean? But I think you hit on something interesting there. And I think that it is understanding your own behavior and understanding your limitations, understanding that, yeah, maybe you're not always going to make the right decision every time. And once you understand that, A, you're not perfect and you can understand your weaknesses, then you start building your life around, right? Like a good example is, y'all are going to kind of laugh at this. I think I told you. I've told you before, right? But obviously, I'm not operating motor vehicles while I'm smoking this stuff. But it would get to the point where I'd be smoking it every day. And I'm like, I need to get to the grocery store somehow. And I was so stuck. I was like, no excuses. Oh, yeah. And that and my current car at the time was like super. I mean, it still is, but it's like my car's like super small. You can't really fit much of anything in there. So I decided to say, hey, for the meantime, it looks like this is just something that I'm dealing with. This is a behavior that I am dealing with. Let's see if I can still continue my life around it. So what I ended up doing was the grocery store is right down the street. And I'm like, and I've been needing to get in shape. I want to make it to the gym more, and I gotta get groceries. I love walking around. Like, there's so many beautiful trails out here in Redmond and just around my place. But I'm like, I need to make it to the grocery store, and I can't drive my car. A, because it's too small, and B, I'm freaking blazed. So I go to Home Depot and I get a wheelbarrow, and I take the wheelbarrow to market. And with a straight face, I look at that cashier and I say, no, no, no. I don't need any of those plastic bags. I don't need it. Just take the groceries, load them right. Let me pull up this wheelbarrow. Here you go. Hi, here's my wheelbarrow. Just load the groceries right in there. But don't worry about bags. And the bag guy's like wiping the sweat off his brow. He's like, whoa, are you serious? I don't have to do it. I'm like, yep. I mean, you can help me load it up, right? Kind of Tetris the stuff in there. And then I take that wheelbarrow and I take my high ass home. Kind of dangerous to shop while you're smoking though. But I actually do have good self-control. I actually don't eat a lot of junk food, like Oreos and chips and stuff like that. It's like, yeah, my diet is actually pretty good. But yeah, like I said, the last year has been very challenging. And I feel like I started smoking originally to kind of, yeah, it's like you're always trying to like hide something or suppress something. At least in my case, I feel like the more I use this stuff, it's because I'm trying to run from something or I'm trying to chill out a bit. Sometimes it is just kind of anxiety, but it's like, I'm always interested into like, where is that stemming from? Where is that all stemming from? Because it's usually something that you learned early on in life. At least that's what I've been learning from like I said, I've been seeing a therapist. Speaking of therapy, let's get back to this. The quirky life of the artist. Yeah, I know, right? I'm like, ooh, that's like a farmer's walk. My traps, my traps are the best they've ever looked. Like, I'm actually in the best shape of my life, surprisingly. Like, at least strength-wise. I can't freaking run for crap, but actually, that might not be necessarily true. I'm out walking every day. And like I said, just making things happen. So yeah, if you ever see some guy walking down the street with a wheelbarrow, you're like, oh, he's doing the KNKL technique. Imagine if everybody went to the... Imagine if everybody adopted the wheelbarrow life. How much less emissions we would have. How much more toned everyone's butt would be. From all that walking. Just good for you. Just good for you. Like that shape. We're going to keep that. All right, we need to put some color on here. I've had enough of this. It's color time. Diz's color, I imagine, she's kind of like tan, right? Because out in space, I mean, you get exposed to the sun. There's no atmosphere to keep you safe from those UV rays. So she's definitely taking some sun damage. She's definitely got a little bit of tan sun damage going on. Gumroad. What's up, James? Character design boot camp. Yeah. Thank you for every video you've made in the past for all the creativity. Yep. Absolutely, James. Lafferty. Yep, I am lifting. I have been lifting. But even that, I had to come to terms with. I'm like, am I lifting for the right reason? Am I lifting for myself, or am I lifting because I'm trying to be something for somebody else? Am I lifting because I'm trying to be enough for somebody else, or am I lifting because I like taking care of my body, it makes me feel good? You know, it's like I always question that now. Because like I said, my whole life I've been the textbook pleaser. My reason for doing things has been anything but myself. Because I believe that's how I got love, acceptance, friends. It's how I believed that people were going to like me. And I discovered that not only was that not true, it actually sets up a lot of resentment and actually does more. It can harm your relationships. Harms you and it harms your relationships. These people that, you know, you're doing nice things for them or you're doing things for them, right? But you're not doing it because you care about them. You're doing it because, or at least in my case, doing it because I needed to be validated that I was worth something. And that's not a good reason to help anybody, ever. You have to help somebody because you truly care about them and you want to help them. Can't come from a place of, I mean, it can come from a place of insecurity, but like I said, in the long run, it actually doesn't do anything good for either of you. Especially if this is a prominent person that's going to be recurring in your life. That's when the resentment builds up. So yeah, be good to yourself. You got to learn. Developing the relationship with yourself is understanding that you have limitations and just being able to take a step out and understand how you react to certain situations. Or like I said, if you have if you're dealing with any sort of habits or addictions, it's like study those, understand, what your limits are, and try to continue your life in the best way that you can. Get a wheelbarrow if you have to. But then also ask yourself, like, why did I pick this up in the first place? And I feel like a lot of the major reasons why I started smoking is because my heart was hurting. But my heart's healed now. So I only choose to smoke now because it's just a habit. So I'm being kind to myself and saying I will allow myself to just naturally kick this. And I'll start filling my life and filling myself with more opportunities that are healing for me. And that goes back to what, like I said, connecting with my community, connecting with friends, finding people I can have conversations with, not just on Instagram. Yeah. The Sigma Barrow. That's what I'm going to call it, Chio. Thanks, Tio. I'm going to go bust out the Sigma Barrow. Pretty sure I'm worthless if I can't be of service. Hard to say it from a Disney movie. I don't know which one that's from. Take care, Lucas. Thanks for stopping by. Oh, yes. Gumroad. Yeah, Frederick. That's going to be coming out soon. Wheelbarrow Life. We're going to color Diz and then we're going to end stream, y'all. We're going to color Diz and then we're going to end stream. We got 12 minutes. Ooh, I'm excited to party tonight. It's going to be really fun. Excited to go see my friends. What color is her hair? Of course it's green. Of course it's green. Oh, the other thing that I'm doing is, remember when I told you manual masks? That's also out the window. You mask however you dang well please. My current work has been more, like a lot of my line art does not close itself off. So manual masks are a thing. And I like the way it makes my art look. Like the way it makes it look. Quite a bit. Except this looks like a closed shape. Is that a closed shape? A closed shape? Excuse me? How is that not closed? Oh, it's not contiguous, my bad. Oh my lord. Fill thyself. Fill. There we go. There you go. That's a nice quick way to do things. Sometimes I let the mask kind of spill out of the lines a little bit too. It's no big deal. Let's go ahead and get Diz-chan's mouth. Yes, yes. Good. I want to fix the eyes immediately. Y'all are going to see how quickly my process kind of just devolves into just overpainting. I just kind of go into overpainting at a certain point. pretty quickly. Oh, because that's the other thing. I'm thinking physical media. Like imagine I was painting this with acrylics or oils. I can do the undersketch, but at a certain point, yeah, I can't just throw down colors behind the lines. So I want to start getting more confidence with being able to just overpaint. Because I really do see myself branching into some sort of physical media going forward. Because you better believe all these upcoming conventions, it's going to be flooded with AI art. And people aren't going to know that. Like the actual people that are going to be buying this stuff, they're not going to know the difference. The artists will know. The other artists will know. But the people that are buying it, they're not going to give a crap. All they're going to see is freaking George Clooney, Batman, fighting Dr. Robotnik / Riddler, Jim Carrey, Joker. Or Riddler. That's all they're going to see. And they're like, I've been looking for this my entire life. Take my money. And then that person's going to take that money and be like, such a good artist. Beautiful George Clooney. Beautiful Riddler. Batman, beautiful smile. Yeah, manual masks are relaxing to do. I agree. Yeah, yellow. Yep. Curse them, Giga. Curse them. Hey, they're just a squirrel trying to get a nut, right? But it just... Man. It's crazy. It's crazy. Beautiful George Clooney. Oh no. Where did it... What have I done? I think I just destroyed the chat somehow. Yep, I did. Hang on, guys. I'll get you back in a sec. I have destroyed the chat and I know not how. Okay. Yeah, I can feel myself starting to peter out a little bit. I think I'm getting tired. I saw a tweet with incredibly realistic AI art, but the hands are blurred out. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. Beautiful no hands. They are fixing the hands thing. I knew it was only a matter of time, but... All Atlas. I talked all about AI art earlier on. I don't want to fully repeat myself because it's probably going to work me up again. But the short answer is get comfortable working with physical media again, because you're going to be going back in your sketchbook. You're going to be creating things with your human hand. And you are going to be... because it's just going to teach you what you need to learn about getting confidence in your lines. Right? Like, see these lines? There's no undersketch, right? We didn't do an undersketch on this. We did a few like variants, right? But like this was our first drawing on the paper. This was our on the canvas. This was the first thing we threw down. And the reason why we can do that is because we've gained confidence working with pen in our sketchbook. So that's what I think you should do against AI art is get ready to just have some options. Be able to throw some things down with physical media. And as you do that, you'll get more confidence with your line work. Then you're going to have yourselves a good old time. Because you're going to be able to work quick. You're going to be able to work quicker. And you're going to be able to work with confidence. And yeah, it's just going to work out better for everybody, okay? Let's just do it. Just do it. Okay? Oh! Do it. That's what it needed. That's what it needed. There's a splash water everywhere. And you know what's cool about those eyes? You know what's cool about adding that mark in there is that it reinforces kind of what I was teaching y'all earlier. See the little dashes in the eyes? It's kind of reinforcing where those are located. Showing your work. Oh yeah, progress. Showing your work goes a long way. Even if you want to stay digital. Yeah, like I said, it's about your process. It's about the story. What's the story behind this artwork? I don't want to just see the finished piece. Think about how the soul can get back. Keep the soul in your work. And you do that by be open about your process. And I wasn't knocking AI art. I was up front and I said I experimented with it. I tried it out. I think everybody should check out and see what the limits of this thing are possible. All right? Or what are the limits of this? Because you're going to have to be going against it for the rest of your life. No, you will be measured against this for the rest of your life. Simple as that. So, and I do have a silver lining. I found that in my research, what I've done with it, you kind of start to see through it a little bit. You're going to start to see through it a little bit and understand what it's doing. Still overpainting? Okay. Well. All right, so just to make this quicker, I'm going to show you all another really cool technique. I'm actually going to darken the background a tiny bit. Maybe, no, screw that. I'm not doing that. We're just going to manual mask this whole body a dark color. Let's go like this dark kind of neutral blue. And then what we can do is actually start painting the lights in. Because once you have a shape to work with, it's automatically much more easy to kind of pull things out. The only thing I really like to manual mask is the face, just because there's a lot of detail that needs to go in there. But other than that, I mean, yeah, you can just go ahead and manual mask that. Manual mask that. And again, it doesn't have to be perfect. Doesn't have to be perfect, just perfect enough. Hey, cat. AI mistakes are ones that human would never make. Yeah, there are. Really, the biggest thing that I noticed about it was like the backgrounds and landscapes. It's clearly taking the layouts. Remember what I was talking about layouts and your compositions? It's clearly taking very heavily referencing compositions that already exist. And then I'm pretty certain it's just kind of like swapping in and out textures, this and that. For the anime faces, it just swaps out different facial features. But the overall character design, or like the composition, yeah, it's like I'm certain that exists somewhere. I don't know. The point is that it's like, you ever do something, like you finally win an argument, but then at the end of it, you don't even feel good about it. It's like, that's what AI art feels like. It's like, look, yeah, now I can make characters. Now I can do concept art. Now I can do all this. But like, it actually doesn't really make you feel good. And if it does, it's going to be a short-lived feeling. Because it's actually... You want to talk about imposter syndrome? Yeah. But again, those people will probably not feel it. Because they're too busy raking in the dough from their latest beautiful George Clooney fighting beautiful Jim Carrey. But anyway, like I said, I don't want to get too into it because I already talked about it earlier. But thank you for bringing it up. And it will be very much an ongoing conversation. Very much an ongoing conversation. Gimme that helmet. We gotta light this thing up, huh? Gotta light these things up and give her the Tesla coils. I seriously want to animate this character so bad. Like, I imagine, I want to do like dance. I want to do dance videos. I want to have her dancing, but it would be cool if there was like 0G elements where she's like floating or like rotating in ways that you wouldn't expect, you know? I think it would be really fun. Lover of art in the show. Hey, thanks, Raphael. Means a lot. Paint with light. Stream has been really been a highlight reel of many of the shows you made and much more. Yeah, I'm feeling that. It all comes together, Vladislav. So nice to know that I'm all right and alive. Yeah, thanks, Tio. I appreciate you saying that. I am alive. I am alive. I hung in there, and I'm glad all y'all did too, because it was not easy. It was not easy getting past these last few years. So if you're still here, good on you. I hope you found out that you're stronger than you thought you were. We gotta put some colors on this. I'm not gonna you thought I was gonna leave you like that, huh? Nah. KNKL don't leave you like that. Let's at least put some more flats on this. Give me like 15 more minutes. Yeah, it isn't about making art, it's about avoiding making art, yeah. You're telling me, man. As soon as I saw that, I was like, pfft. As soon as I saw it draw Mika, I was like, pfft. Okay. All right. Just paint my characters for me then. Time to retire. Oh, this looks so cool. These would be so fun to animate. These would be so fun because I love particle effects. I love like glowy particles and stuff like this. And yo, like if I was doing this is probably how I'd end up doing it. I'd drop an outer glow on it. Outer glow on it like that. Yeah, oh, but this has to be in front of the lines then. Yeah, since it's a particle effect, it would look more like that. Maybe like do one of these. It's tight. All right, cool. Oh, but the Tesla coil should not be that color. It needs to be like green and maybe orange. Jason, you got something important to tell me? You gotta ask permission. You gotta raise your hand. Just go ahead and say it. Needs her own run cycle. Yeah, I agree. No promises. I'll be able to catch it, Jason. Sometimes I might be distracted, huh? But thanks for being in the stream. I will stream more often, Zier. Pink and the green together. Yeah, it does look kind of nice, huh? It does look nice. It would be a shame if something were to happen to it. There we go. Yes! Yes, just like that. Perfect. That is what I like to see. And now we can put a little there. I know that's going to be lit up. Put like some little lights in her suit. I like to think about like if this were animating. I learned this when I was working on icons. Like you want to have little highlights around areas of like joints, like the knees, the ankles, just so they're easy call outs, just so you can really track where that character's body's moving. So introducing a couple lights here and there might prove useful, or improving the readability of your character. Orange is your favorite color. Okay, cool. Mine too. Color should her suit be? Well, luckily we can figure it out on the fly. All I know is that whatever color goes here, whatever color ends up going here. By the way, check this out. Watch what I do. Did you see what I just did there? Press lighter on this area. Lower opacity. It's mixing with this kind of darker color in the background, right? And then I press harder on this plane because I know the light is being caught on that boob. Fantastic. You can even put a little shine on it. A little shine on, but don't do a shine there. That doesn't make any sense. Why would there be a shine there? The light's not hitting there, it's hitting there. Okay. So we know that that's the color for that part of the bodysuit, so we know it's going to extend down here. And again, pressing lightly, and I press harder where I know the light is going to catch. I know it's going to catch there. There, maybe a little bit there. Yeah, it doesn't have to be perfect. Give me a little shine on right there. Cool. My king, Coconut says. Your friend's... That's funny. I'm going to take a second to answer questions. That's great. I'm glad that they're jazzed about that. TLDR. This Monday almost passed away. Wait. Damn. Yo, okay. Hold up. Yo, Jason. Yo, thank you. Thank you for letting me know that. I'm sorry you're struggling. I'm very sorry you're struggling, but I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're here. Glad I can help you out. My recommendation, I'm sure you've done this already. Reach out to your support network. If you got friends or family, people you trust, if you can speak to somebody, professional, it has helped me. If you're in a dark place, I can promise you I've been there too. And you can get out with help. And it's okay to ask for whatever help you need. Okay? I appreciate you being here, Jason. Thank you for saying that. Butterstick pencil. Yes, Vladislav, I am using Butterstick. Yeah, I'm digging that. Digging that. All right, let's finish this up, shall we? Color these legs gonna be. Doesn't matter so much as let's just put something down. Been doing greens. I kind of want to bring some more orange in, right? Because I love the orange, like kind of classic space suits, right? So watch this. Check this out. You're gonna love this. Press lightly again, lightly the whole way. Ooh, look at what we just did there. Happy accident, but see how? Remember the sartorius muscle is going from there to there. We have indicated that. Indicated right there. There's a little shine right there, which you will learn why in the class. A little shine there, which you will learn in the class. And then I love just like going full opacity and pressing down and then just go, throw in a line. Throw in a line. Sometimes I try to think outside the box. Maybe the line goes there, maybe the line goes there. You'll know when you throw it down and it feels right. This is a good chance for you to trust your eyes. Good time to trust your eyes. And again, oh yeah, and because we're working with clipping mask, we don't need to worry about going outside the lines. Isn't that great? That's great. Whoops, I messed up. Okay, so we know that this leg is going to catch more light, and then this leg is going to be very dark and, in the shadow usually. Or shadow, obviously. I love putting in these hot highlights, right? Hot highlights in just a couple spaces. A couple key areas. Hot light goes a long way. Sartorius. There. And then you get a little bit of that going on. Again, watch how I'm shading these legs and I'm like indicating. I'm indicating musculature on a very subtle level. Like even that shape is too much. I think really all that it needs is like that. And then let's go ahead and put a shadow here, right? Oops, we painted up too much. Oh! That was on its own layer. Whoops. Oh well. Wouldn't be the first time that happened. Okay, and remember this knee is overlapping, so we're going to get an effect like this. Let's take a look at our work. Beautiful. But the problem is like you're going to get to this point and inevitably you're going to say it's cute, but it's like it's too form fitting. Like this is literally just leggings. Like where's the, like this needs to look like it's built for outer space, right? So we need a couple important seam lines, insulation, things to protect her from the fact that, you know, I don't know, she got to deal with the sun, but the frickin' frigid cold of outer space. So that's when we go in there. That's when we go in there and we start breaking some things down and say, hey, let's add some additional weight and mass to this spacesuit. So I'm just going to start drawing in some ideas of how we could kind of thicken, right? Thicken up this suit. Already, I think we're getting some good ideas. Kind of want to like have like a belt or something here, maybe. I don't know. I'm just playing around at this point. And again, I am creating shapes. I'm just creating shapes. Not worried about, oh, what's that doohickey do? What's that thing do? Doesn't matter. It's like these are just some ideas for shapes, texture that's going to go in there and break things up. I like the idea of a hex pattern. See, Shakira, I like that idea, but as soon as I want to start asking myself, I'm like, if I have to animate this, right, as cool as it would look to have that, this would be great for an illustration, but I'm always asking myself, like, does that absolutely have to be there? And how hard, that's going to be pretty tough to animate. But it's a good idea for an illustration if we were to get like, yeah, super detailed with it. But for now, I'm just trying to figure out how do I add some mass to this without breaking the entire thing. I think this strap was too much. It doesn't need that. Great. I think this could be a little thicker too. Could be thicker too. Next. I want to maybe have these be orange. Just gonna speed this process up a bit. Always catch yourself if you feel like you're kind of slowing down or you feel like you're kind of getting stuck. Get in there, start making some hard decisions. Like that's orange, that's this. Maybe introduce a little bit more green in there. Maybe there's some opportunity to kind of liven this up with some green. Let's try. You changed hundreds of brushes. Yeah. It's not just about the tool. It's not just about the tool. It's about, you know, your proficiency. If anything, I'm on the end where I actually do need to branch out, and I still don't. I'm just stubborn like that, I guess. Super stubborn. But I think about it this way: an artist that is, you know, semi-proficient with hundreds of tools, you know, that's one thing. But if you are a master of one brush, if you're a master of that hard round brush, then yeah, you can do anything, you know? It's like it all comes down, it always boils back down to your fundamentals. Let's shade this boot. Watch how I shade this boot. It looks kind of trash. It's kind of trash right now. We need some more indicator lines showing. We could have something there. Design your boot. Design your boot. Again, my fashion design. I always wanted to be a fashion designer since I was a kid. Yeah, but it is very challenging. Very challenging. I actually kind of like that, huh? Actually kind of like that. For real, though. Yeah, she looks cute. I like that. Gravity boots. I like the idea of gravity boots. I don't know why they have to be blue necessarily. There's no blue on her. I don't know if I feel like it. By the way, we're getting close, y'all. I'm going to give it like 10 more minutes and then we're going to... 11 more minutes. And then we're going to end the stream. Hey, Nuxie, what's up? Good to see you. Yeah, it's like the... This is my brush that I work with now. I work with this one. This full opacity, kind of chalky or like square it off one. I love this thing. My best friend. Oh, that's the other thing I noticed about Zach Retz is a lot of his brushes are full opacity. Just fully commit to that shape. And I think that's really cool. It was a perspective on painting that I would have never thought of before. You know, I say there's no blue in the piece, but actually her helmet would be kind of bluish. Like a kind of clear, glassy color. Like that. Yeah. Yeah. Like it. We're going to go here for the Tesla coils. By the way, see how I'm doing that? I'm not even bothering to paint the highlight. Rather, I'm letting the negative space describe the highlight for me. Yeah, try it out on your next piece. Might just be surprised. Let's shade the hair and give her some blush, because that's the other thing that really livens up your waifu's faces. I try to wait, right? Try to wait for it, because sometimes you'll put it on and then you'll immediately fall in love. You'll be like, oh, she's so cute. And you're like, no, don't simp. Finish masking the rest of that body. Design that spacesuit. Then go back and put the makeup on, okay? Take care of the important stuff first. Where is her actual skin? There we go. And then what I'm doing is, if you pay attention over there on the layers, yeah, I just clipped it down to the skin there. But unfortunately the eyes are a part of the skin, so we're just gonna lasso it anyway. I like to put a little bit of pink on the lips too. Like, you're like, oh yeah, I forgot. They actually have, you know, my waifu actually has to have lips. Maybe could have a little more blush. Oh, that's way too much. There we go. That's more like it. I'm gonna put some on the ear too. See how it just brings an element of... See that? Just a little bit goes a long way. I also like to kind of saturate it and brighten it a bit too, huh? You're gonna get something a little bit more like that, and then I'll use this as the shadow color for her hair. I feel like on the face, it really helps to have low contrast, right? Really helps to have low contrast on your face. And what you're doing there is you're basically hiding shadows, and what you're doing when you hide the shadows is you hide the wrinkles. I mean, this is portrait portraiture lighting 101, you know? But especially with anime girls, like, you can really break the rules. You can really break the rules, and you can, you know, you can light the face however you wish. But in general, keep it low contrast. Because as soon as you... Oh, yeah. I say that. Let me show you what happens if you don't stay low contrast. So let's say, okay, well, I'm going to shade the cheek, right? I'm like, okay, let's go ahead and put that down. We'll go nice dark color. Let's go ahead and shade that cheek like that. Okay. Oh, yeah, and this neck is like going to be all in shadow. This ear... The hair will be dark, you know, casting a dark shadow. And the nose. Actually, it doesn't look that bad. Actually looks really cute. Is their entire helmet only glass? Yeah, that's the thing. It does need to be designed a little bit better. But, yeah. I'm actually not 100% against this. Okay, so say you create some shapes that you like, huh? I like all of them except for the nose. Maybe the nose needs to be more like that. Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, give her a little Emma nose. It's funny how my noses have changed so much over the years. I think I want to do something like that, where it's like kind of in between. Yeah, I'm okay with this. Happy accidents right before your eyes. Do maybe want to trim this back a little bit, though. I'm okay with this. I am okay with this. Dark and beautiful. Iron Duck. Yo, what's up, Iron Duck? How you doing? I'm going to show you why you should never do this. And then I proceed to... That's what it's all about. Exploration. You might think you have it down, and then you're going to try something, and you'll be like, hey, you know? What works for one illustration doesn't always perfectly translate over to the next one. Just way too early? I hear that. I hear that. Oh, my king, Iron Duck. That's a very kind thing for Iron Duck to say. All right, y'all. We got 4 minutes on the clock. Let's go straight to overpaints because there's still some areas of this costume that we didn't finish. And we need to have a finished illustration for the boss. Go here. Let's make a call. What is this going to be? I think I just want it to be white. And this is me just overpainting over top everything. I'm painting over top everything at this point. And I can use the soft brush. Watch, I'll use the soft brush to kind of cut it back away like that. And I can create these nice gradients. Get me started. I want this metallic. Always look for like materials in your pieces. Like this metal. Where else is that metal going to appear, right? Oh, it can be on the base of her helmet there. It can be, you know, on this little thing. Like there's a little embellishment on her shoulder piece. And again, what you're doing here is you're laying out shapes. Just get those shapes down. And then I want to take this, right? Speaking of other colors, let's reference this. I'm going to go ahead and grab this orange, this really awesome orange that's happening here, this relationship. That one. And here's the secret. This is going to make you showing up to the stream. All worth it. Start putting that color, right? Just pepper it in there. Just sprinkle it in, blend it in, in a couple areas. There, here, where some good light would be getting caught. This whole leg. Let's really up the contrast on this. I'm really happy with how today went, guys. Thank you for being here. It's challenging. Streaming is challenging, but it's a challenge I'm ready to take on. It's a challenge I'm really ready to take on. And I figure if anybody can do it, I've got the experience. And like I said, I finally figured out where my true value is for my streams. So I'm not going to question that anymore. Thanks for hanging out with me and Diz-chan, y'all. I know y'all got super sleepy, tired, but we're going to turn up one more time for the end of the stream. We're going to turn up one more time for the end of the stream. And then we're going to celebrate tonight. It's pretty tight. It's a solid idea. We could definitely expand upon it. Yeah, see, there's just something about that simple face that I like too. I'm going in here and doing all these subtle gradients and textures. This face, there's something about it that I still like. This one's nice too, but do you see how they're different? I want to end you guys with this. I want to end today's stream and end the chat with this. I've said it before, pixels matter. Pixels matter, your shape, your shadows matter, your details matter. Always be asking yourself, like, what is it that makes this face appealing versus this face? And when is it appropriate for me to start throwing in additional elements like shading? Or is there a way for me to maybe take that away? Take away that shading and maybe flatten some shapes down. Flatten some shapes back to the way that they were. But yeah, again, this is all part of the experimentation. This is all part of the experimentation of your character, and I want to encourage you all to do this, and I'm going to be teaching you how to do this with my upcoming course. And I'll be showing you my process. Really, I think really what's going to come down is I'll show you my process on YouTube, like always, mix in the thoughtfuls, hang out with you, talk to you. But for this course, I really see it being like a strict regimen of like, we're here to, I want to respect people's time and really give people a good value for their money. So thank you guys for taking the time to help me come up with a curriculum. Thank you for taking a look at the latest work coming in. Just as for people coming in from earlier, we were talking about another character that we were developing for a local company called Raverie. And I can show you all that real quick before we head out. Speaking of Raverie, yeah, we're gonna be listening to some good music pretty soon. I'm excited for that. But yeah, here's Raverie-chan. Hopefully now, looking back, you can see some of the things that we put into play from Diz-chan's design. See how some of the things that we learned from today are now translating over here? See how her jacket becomes a shape, right? I don't have to worry about drawing all those folds. Look at the actual shapes of like the lights, right? You just create those interesting light shapes, and then your mind starts to put together those pieces. And then I kept her face. See how simple her face is? Very, very low contrast shadow for the nose, under the lip, even where the hair is kind of overlapping. That's usually my go-to for skin to make it look, I just feel like it makes the skin look softer. Makes it look like it's absorbing and like radiating the light that it's absorbing. If I could put my finger on it. I'll take a couple more questions and then we're going to end. A couple more questions and then we're ending. Right here. Yeah, it's blocky. That's what it feels like, blocky painting. And I imagine when I start taking my paintbrush, right, and I'm dipping it in this paint, put it on the canvas, that's what it's going to feel like. It's going to feel blocky. I can't control the opacity. I mean, I can control the opacity, but like for the most part, I want to get that confidence of being able to work with heavy paints and, you know, high opacity stuff. Do I like penguins? I've never met one in person, so I can't tell you. They seem nice though. Yeah, Pi, hey, thanks for catching the tail end. Glad you can make it. There will be a huge VOD up on YouTube in just a short while. Shush with the foul language. I don't know what you said. You might have said damn or something. Again, Streamlabs is super. Get timed out, coconut. Say overpainting is better than cleaning up line art. It's really personal taste. I like it because it's just because I'll spend so much time refining the line art, and then I'll get in there and then I'll inevitably change the face. Like, y'all remember the earlier faces from these, right? I'll put all this time into that line art, but that one ends up coming out, you know, I'll change subtle things with, like, I think I just made her tongue stick out more. Yeah, it's like, there's all the things I would have changed in the line art anyway, so I don't really get super caught up on any of that stuff. Because really it's all about, another thing that helps with blocky painting is working high res. Like, look at how high res all of this stuff is, right? But you're drawing a full body character. So when you zoom out and actually look at it on your phone, right? It looks like it's detailed, but it's actually, you're just working high res and you're working with blocky shapes. And clear shapes. That's the other reason why it looks good when you zoom out, you know, and you view it like that. All right, y'all. Last questions and then we're ending. Thank you all so much for being here. Really, thank you so much. This was a good time. A real good time. And I'm looking forward to doing this more. When will I debut on Spotify? Soon. I need to finish my EP. I got 4 tracks in the oven. 4 tracks in the oven, and they're going to be coming out soon, hopefully. There's still a lot of work to be done, though. And really, I'm just enjoying my process. Again, it's not, remember we were saying, it's not about me finishing anything. It's about the journey. It's about the learning that I'm going to, you know, undertake. It's about the humbling experiences that I'm going to experience. When I compare my current track to the previous one, it's be like, oh, it's so bad. And then I'll be like, but now I got it. And then another 6 months will go by and I'll compare and be like, oh, it's so bad, you know? And I'm like, where have I seen this before? Where have I seen this before? And I'm like, oh, it's just it's the same journey that I've undertaken with my art. You know, you think you're the best thing. You think you're hot crap, right? And then you'll go back and look at your stuff from like a year ago and you'll be like, it's absolutely terrible. You know, and it's just, that's the process. Because what you're doing, and you get angry, right? Because you're like, how could I not have seen that before? That's what I would feel like. I'd be like, how could I have not heard that before? How could I not see that mistake? It's clear as day. And that's the point where you realize that you don't know everything, and you probably never will. And that's why I'm telling you, it's humbling, because it allows you to go forward and say, look, this is the best. Now you start creating things. Now you start producing things saying, look, this is the best. I'm putting my best foot forward on this. It doesn't have to be perfect, because I know it's not. And B, when I inevitably see things that I'm going to need to change, right? That just means that I'm improving. It just means over the last 6 months, I am learning and I am improving. And that's what I'm excited about. I'm excited about that improvement and that progress. And then eventually you get to the point where, right, you can create these characters with confidence. You can do what you truly want to do in life. You can, you can draw in your sketchbook. You can work with people who you are excited to bring your skills to. You know, a lot of my industry jobs consisted of me being all starry-eyed, stepping into these video game industry jobs. And then I realized I just got disillusioned because it didn't turn out the way that I was expecting it. But honestly, looking back, I feel foolish for expecting anything different. Because, yeah, a lot of life is you understanding that, you got to learn what you need out of life. You got to learn, especially when it comes to your job and your day-to-day experience. It's like you got to start seeking that satisfaction now and start planning for how you're going to build a life and a lifestyle that you like. And I really believe that no matter what field you're going into, you know, or even if you want to just take this up as a hobby. I think that learning art will do nothing but teach you more about yourself, and it will be therapeutic to you. So that's why I'm teaching it. That's why I'm bringing it back. All right, y'all. We finish it out. We're finishing out. We're finishing up. I am just completely exhausted, but you know what? I feel good. And like when I finish a stream and I feel empty, I'm like, that's how I want to feel. I want to feel like I just like let everything out. I want to feel like I let stuff out. And I got no problem with being empty. Because it doesn't stay that way for long. Doesn't stay that way for long. Nature abhors a vacuum. I really do like this Diz-chan. I think we're getting closer on her design too. All right, y'all. Time to call it good. Time for some Diz dubstep on the way out. Thank you guys so much for taking time out of your life to come to the stream today. Support the channel. Thank you for supporting independent radio. Thank you for supporting me and Diz-chan. And the future of what we're going to do together, huh? And seriously, consider coming out. Meetup time, baby. Meetup time. Take this beyond parasocial. Step out of the matrix. All right, see you guys later.